2025-0410R.
So the music selection tonight was made by Commissioner Rydell, and normally I would explain the music selection, but I'm going to hand it over to the Commissioner to explain it for tonight.
We have a unique evening. That song you heard walking in here, the name of the song is Mañanitas by Mariachi Mendoza. The song is dedicated from Solomon and Carmen Viveros to their daughter, Luz Marina Teresa Sementelli, the young lady in the second row in the orange sweater. It is her 70th birthday today. She isn't. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. She is an individual who has dedicated her life to serving and helping others. She's worked as the director of a special needs organization for over 20 years and has received the award for Volunteer of the Year in Broward County, Florida. Her creed is Pax and Bonum, which translates to peace and all good. Just as much as she is loved by her family, she's here with her husband, Daniel Sementelli Jr., and her sons, Dennis and Danny III, who happens to run our entire IT department, and she raised a very, very good son. So for all those in attendance, in honor of that song and a very special woman here, let's give her a round of applause for her 70th birthday. Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. Thank you, Mayor, for the courtesy.
For the April 24th Commission meeting, I will be making music selection as your City Clerk, so I look forward to that. We'd like to remind everyone to please silence your mobile devices. To help with sound quality, please make sure to speak clearly and directly into your microphone, and mute your microphone when you're not speaking. If anyone is having trouble hearing at any point during the meeting, please raise your hand, and someone will bring you an audio assistance device. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Kavanaugh, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Rydell.
Here.
Commissioner Welch.
Yes, here.
Commissioner Brody.
Hello.
Vice Mayor Wasserman.
Here.
Mayor Raley.
Here.
City Manager Rose.
Here.
City Attorney Piper.
Here.
Thank you. Now, would you all please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Please stand.
This meeting is being conducted live with a physical quorum present. The material for today's meeting is available online at coconutcreek.net. Anyone wishing to appeal any decision made will need a record of the proceedings, and for such purpose may need to ensure that a verbatim recording of the proceedings is made, including the testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based. The archive of this meeting may be requested from the City Clerk or may be heard online at coconutcreek.net. If you haven't already, please silence your mobile devices. If you must take a phone call, please excuse yourself and step outside. Respect and proper decorum will be maintained throughout the meeting. Vocal outbursts, jeering, cheering, or applause can impair the rights of others and derail the decision-making process.
Thank you. Unless, of course, it's your birthday. Then it's allowed. Okay, thank you. A presentation recognizing the members of the Civil Service Board, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and Planning and Zoning Advisory Board for their service during the 2024-2025 year. Thank you. Please, Madam Rose.
Mayor, it is my privilege to introduce the Civil Service Board members and invite them to the stage so that we can take a group picture. Nick Anderson, Cindy Brief, I don't know if she's here, Patricia Duevis, Valencia Massey, Melissa C., of course, Leanie Smith, and Nikki Ann Thompson Parkinson. Oh, really? Okay. Well, let's get the board together first, and then we'll do all the groups. And thank you. Leni, Valencia, and Nick, could you stay? And then we'll take a picture of the group. Could you all stay to the side? And then when we get the other two boards up, we'll get a group picture of all the volunteers. Next would be the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. Kenny Forbes. Yes, Michael Gardino. Teresa Nadase. Benjamin Nazaro. Joel Van Hamel. And Sheldon Voss. Oh, thank you, right? And the soccer legs. Where's your glass? Thanks, Mike. And for the Planning and Zoning Board, Jeffrey Barker, Solomon Bricks, Alex Corazano, Nancy Fry, Colleen LaPlante, and Jeffrey Light. There's Colleen. Thank you all for your service. If we could get now a group of all the volunteers. You'll do one big picture with the commission? Yeah. So let's get the commission. So now we'll get a picture with the board members and the commission. We'll get the certificates out front. Let's get the certificate. I guess we're not getting the certificates out front. Thank you. All right. Now this is the fun one.
Next, we have a presentation recognizing second quarter employee milestone anniversaries for fiscal year 2025. Our HR Director, Pam Kershaw, will conduct the presentation.
Good evening. It's my pleasure and honor to recognize a group of employees who have reached milestone years of service with the city. Our first group of employees has reached 5 years of service, and several of them are here. So when I call your name, if you're here, please stand up, hold up your sign so we can recognize you. With 5 years, our multimedia specialist, Jason Ramdawar. Don't be shy. Our assistant finance director, Karen Liu. Park Ranger David Weaver. Utility Service Worker 2, Willie Robinson. And we have a handful more who were not able to make it tonight, so I'll read their names and we'll give a round of applause at the end. Our contracts analyst, Ruby Reynolds, recreation programmer, Joshua Salter, police officer, Paul Adamson, police officer, Michael Baker, transportation supervisor, Jessica Cannon, and electrician, Lloyd Campbell. Our next group of employees reached 10 years of service. First, we have our IT applications manager, Kit Hui. Our Parks and Recreation supervisor, Enrique Castro. Police officer, Justin Capaldi. And the following few were not able to make it tonight. We have Park Ranger John Lavecchio, Staff Assistant in Public Works Don Kahn, Chief Mechanical Inspector Michael Beck, and Electrical Plans Examiner Chad De La Rionda. This next group have reached 15 years of service, and they're all from the police department. Police Captain Frank Fuentes. Police Officer Michael Guittari. Crime Scene Investigator Lana Carabaza. Police Officer Jennifer Lara. And Police Officer Marilyn Perez. This next group has reached 20 years of service this past quarter. We have our Deputy City Clerk, Mary Ann Bowers. Police Officer Anthony Mancuso. Utility Service Worker 3, Gregory Branker. Utilities Lead Worker, Samora Hook. And Utility Service Worker 3, Angel Rodriguez. We have 4 employees who have reached 25 years of service during the past quarter. The first one, the name looks vaguely familiar to me. Pamela Kershaw, Human Resources Director. That was awkward. Thank you. And the next 3 are very near and dear to my heart because we're all part of the same graduating class. We all started here with the city together, and I love these guys. We have Police Lieutenant Joseph Jarsdorfer, JJ. Senior Electrician Nick Anderson. And Wastewater Supervisor Christopher Clark. And I'm just going to say to Chris, because Chris is retiring this month, that it's been an amazing 25 years, and we are going to miss you so much, and we miss you all the best, and thank you so much for everything you've done for the city. And we have one employee who has reached 30 years of service. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here tonight, but Police Captain Fred Shelton. Can I have all my fellow celebratees come up for a photo, please? Not just the 25, everybody.
too big, man. You gotta go down. Hey, here, before she takes. 1, 2, 3, thank you.
Okay, ready? Everybody over here. Let me take one more. Okay, ready? Here we go, here we go. Better. Okay, thank you.
No, de nada, no te preocupes. Ah, sí. 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 No, de nada. Of course, anytime. Of course. He's a good man. He's a great man. Frank.
All right, thank you, and congratulations to all our employees. I know. Okay. Get home safe, everyone. You're very cute. Okay. Next, okay, well, wait a second. We have a presentation of the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for the city's fiscal year 2025 annual budget and 5-year capital improvement program. The Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for the city's annual Comprehensive Financial Report, the ACFR, and the Award for Outstanding Achievement in Popular Annual Financial Reporting for the city's Popular Annual Financial Report, the PAFR, for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2023. Finance Director Peter Gay Lake will conduct the presentation and present the awards to Finance Department team members. Congratulations again. Thank you.
So, good evening, everyone. Employee milestone anniversaries is a very hard act to follow, but we're going to try here. So, I'm proud to announce that the city has received several prestigious awards that reflect our ongoing commitment to transparency and excellence in financial reporting. We've earned the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for the 2025 budget document for the 25th consecutive year, with a special recognition this year for outstanding reporting on our strategic goals and strategies. Additionally, we have received the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for the 41st consecutive year in a row for our 2023 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, and also the Award for Outstanding Achievement in our Popular Annual Financial Report for the 17th year in a row. These accomplishments are a direct result of the hard work and dedication of our finance department, and I would like to extend a special thank you and present these awards to Karen Liu, our Assistant Director, Veronica Munoz, our Budget and Grants Manager, and the entire finance team, some of which are here tonight, for all their efforts in preparing these reports and enabling us to get these awards. I just want to say that I am so very proud of the finance department and all the personnel that's in the department. They work very hard, and they make us look good, and they make sure we have what we need. We have a budget. We're in compliance with all the rules and regulations. A lot of them sit behind behind their desk and work all day. You don't see them until they pop out every once in a while doing reconciliations. But I'm so very proud of them, and I'm so very happy to have them on my team and for all the hard work that they do. So with that, I call them up so we can do the presentation.
Thank you and congratulations. Thank you for everything you do for the city. Next, we have a proclamation recognizing April 2025 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. I'll read the proclamation into the record and present it to Ken King, Director of Communications and Public Affairs for the Children's Services Council of Broward County. Whereas Florida's bright future depends on the healthy development and well-being of its children. And whereas adverse childhood experiences, including abuse and neglect of children, can cause severe and costly consequences for children, families, and society as a whole. And whereas every child has a right to a safe, healthy, and happy childhood where they are supported in achieving their educational and developmental milestones. And whereas a research demonstrates that parents and caregivers who have strong support systems and access to resources are more resilient and better equipped to provide safe, nurturing environments for their children. And whereas it is vital that individuals, businesses, schools, and community organizations make children a top priority and take action to support their physical, social, emotional, and educational development. And whereas the Children's Services Council of Broward County is committed to supporting families by funding family support programs designed to reduce the incidence and impact of child abuse, neglect, and trauma. And whereas Broward Beware, a county-wide campaign led by the Children's Services Council and its partners, aim to raise awareness of child abuse prevention by promoting healthy child development, positive parenting practices, and community engagement. And whereas Child Abuse Prevention Month is an important opportunity to urge all community members to engage in activities that strengthen families and communities and provide the optimal environment for healthy child development. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Commission of the City of Coconut Creek, Florida, hereby proclaims the month of April 2025 as Child Abuse Prevention Month and encourages all residents to join in efforts that support the well-being of children and families. This is in witness hereof. We have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of the City of Coconut Creek to be affixed this 10th day of April 2025, signed by the mayor, the vice mayor, commission, and the city clerk. Thank you. Okay. Next, we have a proclamation recognizing April 6th to the 12th, 2025, as National Crime Victims' Rights Week. Commissioner Rydell will read the proclamation into the record and present it to victim advocate Kate Pipoda.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas being a victim of crime and navigating the criminal justice system can be frightening and a confusing experience. Whereas since the passage of the Victims of Crime Act of 1984 and through the dedicated work of advocates, lawmakers, and victim service providers, there's a growing array of services and resources available to victims and their loved ones. And whereas honoring the rights of victims, including the rights to be heard, to be treated with fairness, dignity, and respect, and working to meet their needs, rebuilds trust in the criminal justice and social service system. And whereas an individual's trust in the compassion, understanding, and support of their communities is achieved through sustained, deep-rooted, and coordinated outreach. And whereas identifying, reaching, and serving all victims of crime, especially those from groups that have often less access to healing services and avenues to justice, is essential. And whereas our community's continued engagement with the challenges faced by victims of crime will ensure that the progress made to date is not lost and that new ground is broken to greater justice and healing for all victims. And whereas National Crime Victims' Right Week provides an opportunity to recommit to ensuring that accessible, appropriate, and trauma-informed services are offered to all victims of crime. And whereas the City of Coconut Creek is hereby dedicating itself to helping victims find their justice by enforcing victims' rights, expanding access to services, and ensuring equity and inclusion for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Commission of the City of Coconut Creek that we proclaim April 6th to 12th, 2025 as National Crime Victims' Rights Week, signed by the Mayor, attested to by the Vice Mayor, the Commission, and certified by the City Clerk. Thank you, Mayor.
Really quick. All right, I just wanted to say a quick thank you to the City Commission, the City Manager, and my command staff for your continued support in these efforts to aid victims of crime throughout the City of Coconut Creek. Your support and encouragement not only allows me to immediately help victims in a time of crisis, but it helps their healing journey as they go through their process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all of you, for your continued service. Okay. We have a proclamation recognizing April 7th to the 13th, 2025 as Food Waste Prevention Week. Commissioner Welch will read the proclamation into the record and present it to Public Works Director Harry Mott.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas up to 35% of all food produced is wasted, even though much of it is safe and nutritious and could help feed those in need. And whereas a family of 4 can save between $1,500 and $3,000 per year by reducing wasted food. And whereas utilizing food resources creates stronger and more sustainable communities. And whereas we have an opportunity to conserve shared resources such as land, water, and energy that are used to produce and transport food that ultimately goes uneaten. And whereas food in landfills decomposes slowly, releasing methane gas, a potent contributor to climate change. And whereas municipalities have a special role in educating their communities to reduce, recover, and recycle food waste. And whereas through the city's Vision 2030 plan, sustainability and the environment continue to be highlighted as priorities in our community. And whereas the City of Coconut Creek has successfully implemented a food waste diversion program, now therefore be it resolved that the City Commission of the City of Coconut Creek, Florida hereby recognizes April 7 through 13, 2025 as Food Waste Prevention Week, and encourages all residents to commit to taking steps to reduce food waste in their homes, workplaces, and communities. It's signed by the mayor and the vice mayor and the commission and attested by the city clerk.
Thank you. We have a proclamation recognizing week 21 to the 28th, 2025 as City Sustainability Week 2025 in the city of Coconut Creek. Vice Mayor Wasserman will read the proclamation into the record and present it to Sustainability Manager Linda Whitman.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas the City of Coconut Creek has long been recognized as a leader in sustainability in South Florida, and whereas through innovative plans and programming, the city has created a culture of sustainable excellence which has been nationally recognized, and whereas Coconut Creek was named the first city in Florida and the 11th in the United States as a community wildlife habitat by the National Wildlife Federation, and whereas Coconut Creek has been recognized with the Audubon Green Community Award from Audubon International. And whereas Coconut Creek has been recognized with the Better Community Award from the 1,000 Friends of Florida, and whereas the city's sustainability culture has led to the official trademark as the butterfly capital of the world, and whereas through the city's Vision 2030 process, sustainability and the environment continue to be highlighted as priorities by our community, and whereas the city continues to lead with the City Green Plan and the Developing Climate Action Plan, which guides sustainable actions for the community, and whereas community sustainability events support the city's sustainable efforts and raise awareness of environmental issues, and whereas it is the city's intention to highlight Earth Day on April 22nd and to hold our annual Arbor Day event on April 26th to support the city's commitment to a sustainable future. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Commission of the City of Coconut Creek hereby proclaims April 21st through April 28th, 2025 as City Sustainability Week 2025 in the City of Coconut Creek and urges all community members to support efforts to protect our environment, address climate change by reducing the demand on the Earth's resources, and ensure the ability of future generations to meet their need. Witness, the whole commission has signed it, the mayor, myself, and attested by the city clerk, who is accepting.
We will now have input from the public on non-agenda or consent agenda items. I remind everyone wishing to speak that all comments must pertain to city business. Respect and proper decorum will be maintained. Behavior that disrupts the orderly conduct of this meeting, such as clapping, shouting, booing, and cheering, is not permitted. Any person who violates the decorum rules will be subject to removal from the commission chambers. City Clerk Kavanaugh, is there anyone who has signed in to speak on non-agenda items or consent agenda items?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to provide any input on non-agenda items or consent agenda items that are here? Okay. Thank you. So now we will move to the consent agenda. A motion approving the minutes from previous City Commission meetings, 2025-0313R. A motion to cancel the June 26th and July 24th, 2025 regular City Commission meetings. A motion authorizing the city manager or designee to approve the purchase and installation of new heating, ventilation, and air conditioning HVAC units to replace the existing units at the Utilities and Engineering Building with Master Mechanical Services, Inc., pursuant to RFP number 02-23-22-10. Number 11, Resolution 2025-059, a resolution in support of the city's requests for community project funding for a redundant fiber optic ring and the advanced metering infrastructure project, which support the city's strategic goals of safety and quality of life and high-performance government. 12, a resolution 2025-047, a resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to execute a consulting services work authorization for general professional engineering services with CPH LLC to provide design, permitting, and bidding services for the upgrade of a wastewater force main primarily along Northwest 39th Avenue and Northwest 74th Street, north of Hillsborough Boulevard, in accordance with RFQ number 03-25-20-02. Are there any items the commission wishes to pull from the consent agenda?
Pull 9.
Okay. Anyone else?
No.
Thank you. So, is there a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda?
Move 8.
8.
Oh, I apologize, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. 8, 10, 11, and 12.
Move it.
Second.
Rydell, Wasserman. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Kavanaugh, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Rydell,
Yes.
Commissioner Welch,
Yes.
Commissioner Brody,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Raley.
Yes. Commissioner Rydell for motion 9 to cancel June 26th and July 24th, 2025 regular City Commission meetings.
Yeah, I have no problem with canceling the dates. I just wanted to suggest that we have docketed the August 14th meeting, which is in the middle of the Florida League of Cities. So I don't know if the commission would give consensus this evening to move the 14th meeting to the 7th, which is a week prior.
Do I hear a second on that?
Second.
Well,
Oh, it's a consensus. It's just a consensus. I'm
For
sorry.
discussion. I didn't want
You're
to,
right.
at this point, make a
Okay.
formal motion.
I don't have a problem with that. I think we should, since we all have interest in attending the Florida League of Cities.
Yeah, no problem.
I'll give consensus.
I'm fine.
Okay, so it looks like we got consensus on that. So Mayor, the only reason I pulled the motion, obviously, I'm fine with June 26th and July 24th. However, I'm going to make a motion, if I may.
Sure.
I'd move to move the, aside from the motion to cancel those two meetings, to move the August 14th meeting to August 7th. I'd make that amendment.
Thank you. Do we have a second on that
A
amendment?
second.
Thank you. Any further discussion on that? Thank you. Mr. Kavanaugh, would you please call for the vote?
Commissioner Rydell,
Yes.
Commissioner Welch,
Yes.
Commissioner Brody,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wasserman.
Yes.
Mayor Raley.
Yes.
And because you voted on the amendment, if you could now vote on the motion itself.
Okay, thank you. So, a motion to cancel the June 26th and July 24th, 2025 regular City Commission meetings, amended to include the meeting of August 14th to be switched to, or changed to August 7th, 2025.
Mic drop. Good job.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second. What do
Thank
need?
you.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Kavanaugh, would you call for the vote?
Commissioner Rydell,
Yes.
Commissioner Welch,
Yes.
Commissioner Brody,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wasserman.
Yes.
Mayor Raley.
Yes, I'm just surprised. They look like, so surprised. Thank you. Okay. Now we'll move to the regular agenda. No worries. A motion to accept for filing as the record copy with the city clerk the annual comprehensive financial report, the ACFR, which also includes the other independent auditors' reports for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2024. Is there a motion and a second?
Move it.
Second.
Thank you. That was Commissioner Welsh and Commissioner Rydell. Thank you. Any discussion? Any questions or comments?
So,
A presentation.
All right.
Thank you.
no problem. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Commission. So tonight we're presenting the city's annual comprehensive financial report for acceptance and filing. I'm pleased to share that, as in the previous years, we've completed another successful audit. We've closed fiscal year 24 in a strong financial position with approximately $36.3 million in unassigned fund balance within the general fund. And this amount represents roughly 5 months of operating expenses and will serve as a vital reserve for long-term financial stability, unexpected expenses, and future spending needs. This achievement is a result of strategic financial management, including continued success in securing grant funding and realizing savings across departments. Our proactive stewardship of public funds have helped us navigate challenges such as high inflation and rising costs, while still allowing us to plan for future capital investments. I'd like to take a moment to thank Karen Liu, our Assistant Director, and Eric Ema, our Accounting Supervisor, who are here with us today, and the entire Finance Department for their dedication and hard work in making this year's audit another success. We also have with us today Mr. Stephen Emery, our auditing partner with Citron Cooperman, who will be making a brief presentation on the financial report, and after which we'll be available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter Gay. I appreciate that. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Very much so an honor to be here with you this evening. My name's Stephen Emery. I'm the partner in charge of the city's audit. And I'm going to go ahead and go into my presentation here. So I'm just going to discuss the scope of the audit. So we perform internal control and compliance testing. We do that on a sample basis. We perform a detailed risk assessment, and we focus on areas that we consider to be of particular risk to the city. Each year, we also do incorporate an element of unpredictability, so year over year, we're able to identify items that have not been tested in the past to ensure that we do test new items each year. And we also did conduct an examination engagement of your surtax funding that you received from Broward County, which was a clean examination as well. Now I'm going to go over a few financial highlights of the city for the year ended September 30th, 2024. We have budgetary compliance. So each year, as you all know, a great deal of care and effort goes into creating the budget for each different fund. So we evaluate that in accordance with our audit, and the results of that are also included within the ACFR document. And you can see that the city did achieve budgetary compliance. So all the expenditures were spent in accordance with how you all wanted them to be spent. The next, we have long-term debt compliance. So one of the things we look at here is that all the debt payments that were supposed to be made were made on time and in the proper amounts, and all the covenants that were required to be adhered to were adhered to. So that's a very positive note to be able to discuss with you this evening. Now we have the overall results. So we have an unmodified, which means a clean opinion on your basic financial statement. So what that means is that as a result of our audit, we determined that as you're reading through all the figures in the financial statements, they're materially accurate. So that would be a clean opinion. And then also within that basic opinion, we make a reference to our opinion regarding the audit in accordance with government auditing standards. So anytime we audit a government or any kind of nonprofit organization that receives governmental funds, they have to have some additional procedures conducted, which is reflected in this audit in accordance with government auditing standards. So this covers two primary factors. This is going to be your internal control over financial reporting and also compliance with laws, regulations, grant agreements, and things of that nature. So this was a clean audit on both of those fronts. So we didn't identify any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses within your internal control structure that would be required to be reported within the Act for document, which would be made available to the public and so forth and so on. We also didn't identify any non-compliance with laws or regulations or grant agreements. So two clean reports that we have to offer this evening. And then also the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. So after, as soon as this financial document is released, it's going to go to the GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association. They conduct procedures to evaluate whether or not it earns this Certificate of Achievement. Earlier this evening, Peter Gay gave a presentation that explained that you all did earn that Certificate of Achievement for 2023's report. We evaluated the 2024 report, and we determined that it does meet the standard that we anticipate that next year, when Peter Gay gives this presentation, she'll be able to let you all know that you did earn that award yet again. That's something that we look at. And then one item that is not reflected within this overall results, but it is very important, so I would like to impress it upon all of you, is that we did not have to post any journal entries in order for the books to be materially correct. So to kind of provide a little context, most audit opinions are unmodified. However, the route to get there is that we as auditors have to come in and post material journal entries in order to provide a clean opinion. For the city's, in your all's case, we didn't have to post any such adjustments. So what that means is that all throughout the year, when Peter Gay is providing you all with financial information, that it is materially accurate and that you may be able to rely upon it. So that's one important distinction that doesn't get reported within your financial statements, but I am happy to be able to report to you this evening. And that concludes my presentation, but I'd be happy to take any questions that you all may have at this time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Emery. We're very proud of our financial department. Thank you so much. Okay. I see Commissioner Brody, you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, I just want to clarify something. We're the talking heads. The finance department earned this. They're amazing. I don't think I've ever worked around more conscientious people in anywhere I've worked in my 35 years of business world that I've seen more conscientious, more compassion, and the stuff that you do just blows my mind. So really, you guys earned this, and I am so proud of you guys for making our city look so wonderful. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart, and thank you for giving a report that validates what we already kind of knew.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brody. Commissioner Welsh.
Yes, I too echo that, Commissioner Brody, but I just wanted to thank you for reaching out and kind of going through the process individually. I really did appreciate it. I don't think that I've ever had that before, and it was a good opportunity to further understand your process in working with our city and how our city stands out among most of the other cities that you have encountered. So, not that we didn't know that already, but it's also nice to hear from your point of view. Thank you very much.
It is my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rydell.
I can echo the sentiments, but I'm actually chiming in for a different reason. In my capacity on the Executive Board of the Solid Waste Committee, we actually selected your firm to do the audit. So I just want to let everyone know that they were a vendor. I made it clear at the Solid Waste Authority that they were a vendor of ours. So I'm making it a public record that you're our vendor, but I also disclosed it at the Solid Waste Authority that you're being ultimately subjected to being awarded the contract for the audit of that as well. But doesn't diminish how much I love our finance staff. So that's my disclosure this evening.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Wasserman.
I'll second everything that everybody said. And in the world of Doge, right, to come back with something like this, it's just an amazing accomplishment for our city, our team, and huge props to the department.
Thank you all. Any other further comments or statements? Thank you. Mr. Kavanaugh?
Commissioner Rydell,
Yes.
Commissioner Welch,
Yes.
Commissioner Brody,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Raley.
Yes. Okay. As you could see on the agenda, we have some members in the audience to speak on agenda item 21, which we have moved up on the agenda. I'd like to seek consensus from the commission to hear this item next on the agenda.
Yes.
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 Thank you. 21, Resolution 2024-057, a resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to execute the attached Lions Creek Middle School traffic improvement agreement with the School Board of Broward County. Is there a motion and a second to approve this item?
Move it.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Welch, seconded by Vice Mayor Wasserman. Oh, it was, I'm sorry, Commissioner Brody. You sounded alike. Thank you very much. Okay, are there any? Yes, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Bernadette Hughes.
And if you wouldn't mind, Mayor, I'd like to just acknowledge we do have Dr. Fleming, Mr. LePace, Allison, sorry, I can't say it correctly. Allison with Health and Safety, and most importantly, Principal Itty here with the school board. And I want to thank them all for the work that has gone into this agreement. It has been years in the making, and we genuinely appreciate that. So I did ask Bernadette to make a quick presentation.
Did you say Todd LePace too?
I did.
Okay.
I called him Mr. LePace.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So Bernadette's prepared to make a quick presentation. This item has been agendized for the school board next week.
Thank you, Sheila. Good evening, Mayor and Commission. For the record, Bernadette Hughes, Government Affairs Manager. So this item is a resolution to execute the Lions Creek Middle School Traffic Improvement Agreement. I just want to give a little bit of history. For more than a decade, the traffic configuration at Lions Creek Middle School has caused traffic congestion in and around the school, along Soulcrest Boulevard, sometimes extending to Lions Road, and sometimes going all the way out to the Sawgrass Expressway. The traffic congestion has affected not only the school, the students, and the parents dropping off those students, but also the residents in the surrounding communities of Cocoa Bay, Parkwood 6, Sorbet, Cypress Walk, and Sunrise Estates. And I know we have some members from those communities that are in the audience here tonight. Over the years, this issue has become a life safety issue. I have a couple of examples for you. The backed up cars block emergency vehicles from accessing the neighborhoods that I just mentioned, Cocoa Bay, Parkwood 6, Sorbet, Cypress Walk, and Sunrise Estates. Students being dropped off on the roadway have to walk around cars and through traffic, and students being dropped off in the surrounding communities, which they are, walk through resident yards and driveways, opening them up to potential injuries. There has been an increase in both frustration from parents and residents. Recently, a resident made a comment stemming from frustration about how they could see someone losing control and using a firearm to fix things, and that was something that our police department had to investigate. There are increased traffic violations, which in turn increases safety concerns. Parents drive around signs, other vehicles, barriers, and onto private property. These driving behaviors heighten the risk for the children that are walking between the cars and bicycling, and increase the risk of safety to other drivers and pedestrians. And finally, police department has expressed that there are increased safety concerns to our police officers. Officers have been spit at, cursed at, screamed at, and on many occasions, frustrated drivers have come close to striking those officers with their vehicles. That brings us to why we're here today. It's also important to note that 3/4 of our traffic unit, let me say that one more time, 3/4 of our entire traffic unit directs traffic flow at this one school. This means that traffic issues elsewhere are being handled by officers, taking them away from their duties. So in light of these concerns, for the past 4 years, staff has been working diligently with the school board to come up with a viable solution for this dangerous situation we have in our city. The solution comes in the form of a traffic flip, which is addressed in the agreement before you tonight. It would flip the current locations of the bus drop-off and the parent drop-off and would effectively move the line of parent vehicles to Johnson Road, which has the capacity to handle those vehicles and is away from the aforementioned neighborhoods. The city developed this agreement before you with the support of the school superintendent, our school board, Nora Rupert, various school staff, our police department, and the city manager's office. And at this time, we bring this agreement before you for your approval. In the audience, we also have Police Chief Fred Hofer, who can address any safety concerns, and I can address any questions that you may have as well.
And I will just add that we appreciate very much the school board did take on the engineering of this design, and as part of the agreement, the city has volunteered to modify 2 driveways that are, in fact, impacting, they're going on to city rights of way. So we did make that commitment in this agreement.
Thank you. Commissioner Rydell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to make a couple quick points. First of all, the 4 of you, thank you for being here. It's beyond important. This has been something we've been advocating for almost 5-6 years now. We've gone through a couple of reiterations, and regrettably, I think 3 superintendents, 3 superintendents, 3 executive staff changes, 2 principals at Lions Creek. So I'm just trying to count how we've gone back. But I want to say this, and I'm saying this out loud, not in opposition, but just so it's important you go back to the stakeholders and make our case as well, because this city's going to be there next week. We're going to be doing what we need to do as well. This is well-timed, well-needed. It's been needed for a while. City of Coconut Creek stepped up at Coconut Creek High when we needed a repeater system. The City Commission paid for a repeater system in Coconut Creek High. We've taken over obligations for landscape issues across the city with the school board. I'm speaking verbally just to educate, right? We've been a partner. We want to be a partner. We'll continue to be a partner. Certain cities objected to SROs and payments and issues and litigated with you. We're never those people. So I say it because I just want that message to be received to the higher ups that we're a partner. This is something we've been begging for. What? 8-9 years now. We've been begging for it. We're at a point where we can make it happen, and we're excited. We're excited. I see some of our neighbors here. Our neighbors are excited. People are excited. We're at a really good place. So I want to thank you for being here. I fully support the item tonight, but I just think it's important that the partnership historically matters to bring us here, and I don't want this to get bogged down in like a dollar and cents or a this or that or a who's who. Let's move forward for our kids, because I could promise all the educators in the room, our community, our law enforcement community, our Chief Hofer, all of our SROs, we will go above and beyond always for our students and our kids. So that's all I have. I support the item, Mayor. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, Commissioner Brody, please.
So I wasn't going to speak on this tonight, but I'm not going to be in town next week, so I want to, on the record, how I feel. I think this is long overdue. My kids went there 12 years ago. Man, I'm aging myself. And it was a problem then. So this has been kind of a constant thing that's just continually getting worse. And I think when we started going to the school choice, that made it even worse because people didn't understand the roadways when they're bringing their kids in. It brought a lot more of the drivers rather than the bus system. So I definitely see where we're heading, and finally a great positive direction. I know it's a sigh of relief. You know, my family driving through there, everybody else's family driving through there, getting our first responders out, out the gate. So I appreciate you guys coming in. I've known you guys for a while now, and it's great to see you here. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much for making this, a compromise of something that's really good for the families, for the city, especially for the students and that safety. I don't think we could do more than what we can possibly do with you guys sitting in here and hearing us speak about this. I think we've all been up here when you guys weren't here pulling our hair out of what we can do. So you guys being here means a lot. Thank you, Principal Lady. It's been, you stepping in as a good choice. That school's made a great turnaround as far as some issues there. So I appreciate you being here, and I want to thank you for that. And thank you guys for being up here and taking your Thursday night for us. So I appreciate you guys, and let's get this thing signed. You guys are going to meet on Tuesday, right? So we can start on Wednesday? No? Oh. I can dream.
Commissioner Welsh.
Thank you very much. And again, I want to thank you for attending our meeting. And I hope that, well, I know that you'll be as respectful to us when we come and present our thoughts as we have to you. But we really do appreciate our schools, all of our schools, not just those that have incurred problems such as this one, but we have always been very diligent about working through the problems with the school and the administration, as well as the school district. I cannot stress that enough, that that's just how Coconut Creek operates, and especially with the staff that we have. And we are very blessed to have Bernadette, who is our subject matter expert on all things schools. So we will be there. We definitely support this item. I've spoken to some of the school board members, not all of them yet, but so to get a good sense of what their hesitations may or may not be and where we're coming from before we've ever come to the meeting on Tuesday. But again, and thank you, Bernadette, for making the history so clear.
Vice Mayor Wasser.
Thank you, Mayor. And the reason why I said Mr. LePage is because he hired me as an assistant principal, so it's pretty cool, you know. No, I think this is, my biggest thing is to ensure that the funding is there. I know things have come out recently with the county, and I just want to make sure that, you know, that my daughter isn't, you know, she's 16 months. I don't want her to go through middle school with this not having been done. So I just want to, I know it's like an interesting thing to say, but I know that there are some issues financially, and I want to make sure that with the agreement that with Commissioner Brody said the Wednesday after, I obviously that's not the case, but what would be the timeline on something? Is there any information on that, Bernadette, in terms of a timeline? Or City Manager?
Yes, in the agreement, it provides that the goal is to accomplish this change over the summer so that starting next year, it's substantially complete. There may be some items of cleanup, and that's our expectation, is that the information that goes out to the parents this year will advise them of the traffic change, and it'll be implemented starting the first of the year.
It would be the city's responsibility to educate the parents?
No, that comes from the school board.
Okay, thank you.
The city's responsibility will be to design and construct the 2 driveway modifications.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, your presence here shows us that we all want the same thing. The safety of our students, our children, our parents, anyone that's on our roads, that's paramount. And I thank you for being here. We all want the same thing. It is a partnership, and I applaud you, and very excited to get this done. And thank you again for being here. Okay. Is there anyone, Mr. Kavanaugh, from the public that wishes to speak, or any of our guests? Thank you. Dr. Fleming, thank you again.
Good evening again, and thank you all. You're echoing our sentiments. That's why we're here today. So our superintendent, Dr. Hepburn, proffers his agenda items to the board. This is an agenda item that's coming before our board for next week. So, you know, Dr. Hepburn's responsibility is to create agenda items for the board to vote on. So we are all in agreement. I've been on this journey for 4 years as well. Mr. LePage has been on this journey. I was just asking Ms. Witowsinski how long it's been for her. We negotiated 18 months, but she said this was longer than that. So we're all in agreement that our students should be safe, and that's the responsibility of all of us in the community. The partnership between Broward Schools and the City of Coconut Creek, in my opinion, is one of the most model partnerships that we have. In my area, we have 11 municipalities, and I value them all, but I know a lot of you all personally, and that speaks to our partnerships because I see you in the community engaged with our schools. So I just want to thank you. We come in support of this item as well. Dr. Hepburn will speak to it very specifically next week, as well as, you know, anyone else that's been involved in the journey. And in terms of, you know, the funding, you know, that's a whole nother conversation, but we owe it to our students to move this forward. And if I may take a little bit point of personal privilege, because there is another board item that's coming on Wednesday that's exciting that I want to share also, the renaming of our school. And so Coconut Creek Elementary will be renamed to Coconut Creek K-8 School of Excellence. And so that's also will be voted on next week as we're opening our new K-8 center in Coconut Creek. So thank you all.
Thank you so much. That is exciting. Okay. Yes, Commissioner Rydell.
Just briefly, I read the backup on the rename of the school. Me personally, I can't speak to my colleagues, totally support it. I also support that you're better dressed than all of us. I just want to say that when I met you the very first time at Lions Creek, you were better dressed than me at the time. So I have to, for those listening, I have to pay respect. Dr. Fleming, you're a very well-dressed man. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rydell. Is there anyone else? Thank you. Yes. Yes. Mr. Kavanaugh.
I'm sorry. Yes, we have two members of the public that signed up to speak on this item, the first being Colleen LaPlante and the second being Nancy Fry.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Colleen LaPlante, 6153 Northwest 45th Avenue, Coconut Creek, 33073. First, I want to thank you all, and staff included, for your dedication, amazing work, and commitment to our beautiful city. Bernadette, you did an amazing presentation. I appreciate it so much. On behalf of myself and my neighbors, others were supposed to come. They will be writing letters to the school board. We live in Sunrise Estates, the ones I'm talking about now, and there's been many, many incidences that I called the city, called Sheila, called, Commissioner Rydell. Just 2 weeks ago, I was putting something in my car at 9:30 in the morning. 3 cars were going down the street, pretty good speed. A Mustang comes behind them, passes them, and almost broadsided and hit the woman pulling out of her driveway. Horns were blaring. This is what we and then we cannot get out of our driveways. People will not stop. And I think our road is used more so than Serco and Solpress. And even one of the workers were installing the sidewalks. One of the men was like, he could feel the breeze of the car going by him. And he was so shaken up, he couldn't even work anymore the rest of the day. And the manager told me that the traffic was unbelievable of the passing. I get it. Listen, my daughter's a school board teacher, but the thing is it's not safe. It's not safe for us. I've almost gotten hit 3 times on my bicycle, and I don't even ride my bike certain times anymore. So that's a big issue. But one other thing, for clarification on the proposed bus routes to ensure implementation, are the buses going to use Serco and Solpress for drop-off or pickup? And if this is the case, it would create challenges for residents trying to enter and exit during the peak hours, including the service vehicles. I propose that we consider reverting to using only Solpress for these operations as the current bus route along Johnson, where there was no residential homes. And would be a more efficient route, which helps alleviate congestion. Also confirming whether the buses will be restricted from cutting through our residential neighborhoods, all in the area. So that being said, I want to thank you for your support and consideration in hearing this item earlier for us. I totally respect you all very much. Thank you, thank you. We're looking forward to it, and hopefully we get a approval. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, staff. Nancy Fry, 5341 Flamingo Place, Coconut Creek, 33073. I'm here tonight as the staff chair and the PTSA First Vice President of Lions Creek Middle. And on behalf of the families of Lions Creek, we want to thank the commission and thank the city staff for all of the work that they have done on this issue. And we are very much looking forward to hopefully a resolution on Tuesday. I want to give a specific thank you to Bernadette, Chief Hofer, and City Manager Rose for always answering my questions, giving updates, and just keeping me in the loop so that I could keep our families in the loop. And I won't go into the details of the issues. We've exhausted that discussion. I'll save that for Tuesday. But one thing I would like to two things I would like to point out about Lions Creek and the importance of this outside of the traffic issues themselves. One, this impacts our ability to attract and retain students. This is a big issue with the district right now, as we know, and both on the surface level of parents don't want to deal with the traffic and they're looking at other schools, and on the underlying issues that come about between the fights that go on in the neighborhoods and these other issues that are impacted by the traffic. That all impacts the students signing up and the students attending the school. And we do have a good enrollment rate, but it could be better. And I think this would be a great way to improve our enrollment with the school when parents are starting to look at FAU, or they're starting to look at any of the other charter schools around. We need to remember that. Additionally, Lions Creek is a gem of Broward County. We have, and Dr. Fulman can correct me if I'm getting the statistic wrong, but we have the highest number of acceleration credits attained by middle school students in the district. So this is a school that we need to protect. We need to make sure we're getting our enrollment all the way back up to where it could be and to get us to full enrollment. And this is going to be one way to help achieve that. And I hope that everyone will convey that to the board on Tuesday. I think that's an important thing for them to note when they're only looking at dollar signs, how this is going to impact the school long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item? All right. Any other questions from the commission? We have one more. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name's Irene Espinosa. I live in Parkwood 6, which is adjacent to Lions Creek, where I've been a resident there since 1990. And I've seen the whole, the traffic problems throughout this time since Lions Creek has been there. My community is a one-way in, one-way out. And yes, it's very, very congested. You cannot get out of there during the school times. If you have a doctor's appointment, you've got to schedule an hour ahead to get in. Then you have to wait around till it's cleared up to get back home. So this will be a really great thing for that community, for the students and for the residents. The one other thing that I want to support is what Colleen LaPlante mentioned, that or questioned whether the buses were going to be taking a route through Soul Press and Serco. And I have to support her comment about they should only be going through one of the streets, because if they're allowed to use both, we're still, encountering the same problem for the residents to get in and out of there, and for emergency vehicles. So that's all I have to say, and I appreciate all the work everyone has done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Thank you. Mr. Kavanaugh, please call for the vote.
Commissioner Rydell.
Yes.
Commissioner Welch.
Yes.
Commissioner Brody.
Absolutely.
Vice Mayor Wasserman.
Yes.
Mayor Raley.
Yes. Okay. Looking forward to Tuesday. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Okay.
See you Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Heck of an assistant principal.
Okay. 14, resolution 2024-046. A resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to execute a consulting services work authorization with Miller, Legg, and Associates, Inc., to provide design services for the renovation of the Government Center courtyard and parking lot in accordance with RFQ number 10-06-21-11. Is there a motion and a second to approve item 14?
Motion.
Second.
That's Commissioner Brody and Commissioner Rydell. Thank you. Public Works will now. Thank you, Harry.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. This contract is for the redesign of the courtyard and parking lot to create a sense of place and a more functional space in adjoining breezeway that can be used for various public events. The effort will also address the current drainage and sewer issues, and the overall project will tie in and complement the Art Walk initiative. The primary objectives for the design include a survey, new signage for the government center, reconfigure and modernize the courtyard area so we can improve hosting in various events. We'll also provide different electrical connections around the area to facilitate the events, repair sewer lines that are underneath in case, if necessary, so we don't improve the area and dig it up later, and enhance the breezeway seating, improve drainage around the breezeway. We're also going to assess the parking lot layout, propose redesign options to increase parking, also evaluate the handicap parking, looking at bring it closer to the building and increasing the number of spaces, as well as investigate adding additional electrical charging stations in the center for EV charging. And thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Yes, Commissioner Rydell?
Yeah, so listen, I know we've kicked the can down the road with maybe commission chamber upgrades, commission office upgrades. I just wanted to kind of get ahead of this one. I think the concept is actually great. I think we're creating a true event space here, and I think some of the events we've done historically over the past 10 years have been, I don't want to say, they've been great events, but they're a little ragtag in terms of the accessibility, in terms of the setup, in terms of this, and I think we are doing something really unique with this, making this an event space. So, especially with the events we do, with the student art exhibits, all the events we do with kids and things of that nature. So I fully support this evening, and I know this is one of those items that we do have higher priority items, but with this commission's priority with certain events, I fully support it. So I thank you for it. I'm really looking forward to actually creating a city hall, and candidly, a lot of city halls don't do that. Look at Coral Springs, I think the only one I could think of that has an event space like this is probably maybe Pembroke Pines, just in terms of how they developed it, and we're getting there. So I like the idea of creating a true event space, so I fully support this. I just wanted to get ahead of it and kind of address competing interests, right? Like we got two high-ticket items with the fire department, the police department, but this is something that is quicker and will benefit our residents more. So thank you for the work, Harry. I do support this evening.
Thank you. Commissioner Welch?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. I not only like the signage and the connection of this entire block that we have here, but the utilization of the grassy area that up to now, other than when we had our Parkland Remembrances ceremonies there, has really never been used. And it's a perfect opportunity to do a lot of different things there. And along with the signage, and I don't know that it's in with this design, but we still are hidden. The cornerstone at Copens and Lyons, the corner where our property begins, I was hoping that we could have some signage there that people coming and going from either direction would know that the City Hall government is back here in this complex, not just at the entrances off Copens and Lyons. That was a concern years ago when we first moved here in 1997, and the Women's Club had some craft fairs here. They said you need to be out by the street because nobody knows the City Hall's back there. And I think there's just an opportunity to kick our signage up even more and bring them in to enjoy this beautiful area that's going to be created. So thank you.
Yeah, great idea, Commissioner Welch. We need to be more visual from the road. Yeah, great. Yes, Commissioner, Vice Mayor Wasserman.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess it's a little far off, but when everything is being redone, where will parking be for staff that work here? Are they going to be shuttled in, or? I mean, I know it's just a design, but I was just thinking about it.
So as part of the design, we will work on the flow and how it's staged during the construction.
Okay. And included in this, I know we spoke at the workshop, but more handicap parking closer to the chambers. That's part of the.
Correct. That is part
one of the bullet points sent to the design people.
Yes, we will evaluate that. Yes.
Cool. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. What I've heard from our residents during our events that we do have here, they prefer this space than they do the parks. They love to be in our courtyard. It's a very successful, every event is very successful, but the residents truly enjoy being here. So I'm thrilled that we're doing this. I hope facilities are a little bit more accessible for them, for their needs. So I'm thrilled with this. Thank you so much. Any further questions? Okay, Mr. Kavanaugh, would you please call for the vote? Any public present want to comment? Thank you so much.
Commissioner Rydell.
Yes.
Commissioner Welch.
Yes.
Commissioner Brody.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wasserman.
Yes.
Mayor Raley.
Yes. So, Resolution 2024-035, a resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to execute a consulting services work authorization with Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc., to provide general professional engineering services for a citywide canal and lake bank restoration master plan in accordance with RFQ number 03-25-20-02. Do I have a motion and a second to approve?
Move it.
Second.
Thank you. We have a presentation by Mr. Osama Ben. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. So this resolution is for the approval of a work authorization for Kimley Horn to provide a comprehensive assessment of the conditions of the lakes and canals owned and maintained by the city, and some that are not owned and maintained by the city, but they can affect city infrastructure. Those are limited. This will provide us with a long-term plan to work on any erosion around our lakes and cities in the city. So this also will provide for the design of the lake bank on Lyons Road between Coconut Creek Parkway and Cougar Trail, which is Northwest 15th, which is the Coconut Creek High School lake. Why we're jumping to design here is because the erosion is more pronounced and is very close to the roadway. So we're going to be working on the design there, and this will require approval by the school board. I heard early on the partnership with the school board. Well, this is a good example. Any questions?
Yeah. Does anyone have any questions? Commissioner Welch?
Not used to pressing my button, so I have to remember to do that. No, so we're only talking now, Osama, about the Coconut Creek High Lake, the bank there, not at this particular.
It's the entire system, which is about 7 miles, is going to be assessed. There's no design yet because based on assessment, we'll determine how the design is going to go. But there's one design that's going to be part of this, which is by the Coconut Creek High School. Okay. That's going to go directly to design. Because we have assessed it internally prior, and we see a lot of issues with it.
Well, to give history back, I think it took us, over 2 or 3 years for them to give approval for us to take care of that area, so.
And I will clarify that we will only do that work if the school board agrees to allow us to do that work, and we have already discussed it.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. I think we can all agree that it's very important that we keep our lake banks proper condition.
Yes.
Okay, and just pray for rain now. There you go. Okay, thank you. Mr. Kavanaugh, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Rydell.
Yes.
Commissioner Welch.
Yes.
Commissioner Brody.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wasserman.
Yes.
Mayor Raley.
Yes. Resolution 2024-053, A resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to execute an agreement with FG Construction LLC for the construction of the Hillsborough Corridor redevelopment area project pursuing to IFB number 12-10-24-11. Is there a motion and a second to approve this item?
Motion.
Second.
Thank you. Yes,
Me again.
Osama.
Hi. So this resolution is to award the contract to FG Construction for the improvement of the Hillsborough Corridor from Lyons Road to Northwest 51st Terrace. This will provide for improved pedestrian access by installing larger sidewalks, approximately 2,700 linear feet. It will also provide bus stops, street furniture, and compatible landscape with the preserve, which is adjacent to the project. So by doing so, we are going to provide better access to pedestrian. That unsightly turn lane that goes to nowhere by the preserve is going to go away, and that's going to provide for more real estate for the pedestrians.
And I apologize, but it's important to note that the majority of this project is grant funded through our Broward redevelopment grant. It's taken us a long time to get here, and I really want to thank both Osama and Michael Rigetti and Justin Profit for getting those permits through the DOT so we can get this project underway.
Thank you very much. Yes, Commissioner Rydell.
Where's the vendor?
Vendor's here. FG Construction.
Ah, good.
There.
When we're awarding contracts, I like to make sure the vendor's here. The only question I have, Osama, is this is one of those unique ones where we have one responsive bidder.
Yes.
Just for the purpose to make me feel better, explain to me the process, how we got to one responsive bidder. I appreciate it. I looked at the recommendations, the referrals and everything, so just walk me through that, because I always have my ears perked up when we have one responsive bid.
Sure, and it concerns all of us when we have only one bidder. So we went through the regular process and went through the timelines and timeframes to go through. And how I can explain we only got one is this project is kind of a niche project. What I'm meaning is smaller contractors cannot do it, and larger don't want that. It does not make sense for them. So you have that niche contractor that are able to do this, and with the market conditions, I guess that can be a reason why.
I want to thank the vendor for being here, Osama, and I want to make sure that you obviously vetted all the referrals, recommendations, everything.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. I've nothing further. And again, sir, thank you for being here. Nothing further from me, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. And this will hopefully bring more pedestrian traffic and usage in that area.
It's going to be a nice project. If you look at the rendering,
yes, yeah, very nice.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone from the public that wants to speak on this? No? Thank you. Mr. Kavanaugh, please.
Commissioner Rydell.
Yes.
Commissioner Welch.
Yes.
Commissioner Brody.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wasserman.
Yes.
Mayor Raley.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. City Attorney, Ms. Pyburn.
Thank you, Mayor Raley. Ordinance number 2025-007, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Coconut Creek, Florida, amending the city's Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 20 Utilities, Article 5, Rates and Charges, Section 20-82, Schedule of Rates, Fees, and Charges, Subsection 20-82, Subsection 9, Automatic Annual Rate Adjustment in order to allow for annual rate adjustments effective June 1st of each year based on the higher of 2.5%, the Consumer Price Index, or Broward County Water and Wastewater Services fee adjustments, and to provide the City Commission the ability to waive said fees in whole or in part, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you.
Second.
I don't have a first. That is Sandy. Thank you. No worries. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Yes, Peter.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and everyone. So ordinance number 2025-007 here before you tonight proposes an update to the city's method for adjusting the water and wastewater utility rates on an annual basis. Currently, rates are increased annually on April 1st by the greater of 2.5%, or the Consumer Price Index for the Miami-Fort Lauderdale area. Since the city contracts with Broward County Water and Wastewater Services for water and wastewater treatment and transmission, the cost associated with their service makes up a large portion of the city's utility fund operating expenses. So for fiscal year 25, while the CPI, the overall CPI was 2.8%, Broward County's rate increase averaged 9% for the water and wastewater services. As such, to better reflect actual cost increases and maintain the financial health of the utility fund, this ordinance proposes changes to the rate adjustment formula. So the key proposed changes include revising the adjustment date, changing it from April 1st to June 1st of each year, and it also updates the formula where we'd be looking at applying the greater of the 2.5% CPI, or the actual average annual rate increase from Broward County for the prior fiscal year. It also emphasizes the discretionary waiver, which allows the commission to waive the automatic adjustment, whether in whole or in part, based on the financial status of the utility fund. So in recent years, inflation and rising construction costs have posed challenges in maintaining water and wastewater systems. Notable increases for the county includes a 10% increase in their sewer sludge disposal. They had a 13% increase in electric costs, and their chemical costs increased anywhere from 18% to 119%. At the same time, maintaining and upgrading our own infrastructure is crucial to ensuring reliable service and meeting the high-quality standards that we have. As our infrastructure ages, proactive investment is essential to avoid costly failures in the future. Ongoing construction and rehabilitation projects will help with maintaining efficient operations and reducing costs in the long run. So please keep in mind, for the utility system, it operates as a self-sustaining enterprise fund, which basically means that the rates are set to recover the full cost of operations. Rate adjustments are made to offset any increases in cost, and they're essential to prevent any sharp spikes in the future. So we're currently working with the Community Relations Division to finalize a community outreach plan for our customers, and it's designed to keep them informed of future rate changes. So some of the outreach that we have planned include automated calls to all our utility customers, letting them know of the increases that are coming. We're also going to be updating our website, our utility water services page on the website, to include all this information. We're also going to post it under City News, so anyone that goes to our website will have access to that information. We're also going to do some social media push on the various platforms, create little graphics that we can post. We're also considering doing a short video explaining why the increases are needed, and then doing direct notification to the multifamily management companies, allowing them, to let them know about the increases and giving them a link to the website for further information. So with that, that's the end of my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Could we add texting? That seems to be very effective these days, as a part of our outreach.
Okay, so we'll evaluate that to see how we can get that done.
Great, thank you. Yes, Commissioner Rydell.
So first of all, I didn't intend to make this comment, but Mayor Raley is beyond 1,000% correct. My wife pays our water bill, right? She routinely has our notification email lost in the slew of thousands of emails she gets a week. So even though she prioritizes it, so Mayor Raley, you are 1,000% correct. That I think it's an easy thing, but that's not what my comments are based on. All right, so when we brought this up during the budget workshop, I probably was the most vocal against this. I met with the county. I met with Peter Gay, I met with our city manager, I met with our deputy city manager. The numbers are really, really troubling. So Peter Gay, I'm just going to ask you to indulge me. Do you have those cheat sheets from Excel in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So originally I indicated that I was only supportive of a couple percentage points in terms of an increase versus a 6% versus a 9%. In regarding the lowest thing that I actually spoke about at a budget workshop, that puts the city at a deficit 3 years from now of what?
With the 6%?
No, with 3%.
All right, so the 2.8%, I do have that here. Give me 1 second.
Let's run off at 29. With no additional increases on the 3. And I apologize, we've talked about it. I
that's
didn't mean to
fine.
put you on the spot in this
Right.
moment.
If we went with just the CPI, which is a 2.8%, and we look at that annually afterwards, we're looking at a significant deficit by 2029 of about $5 million.
Okay, it's a $5 million deficit. Give me 6%.
At 6%, that puts us at about $2 million.
Give me 9%.
9% for the current fiscal year with 6% afterwards. If you look at 29, you're looking at a deficit of $1 million.
Okay. So after that budget meeting, I made it a point to go talk to staff, look at the numbers, and do everything across the board, and then talk to the county in terms of what they foresee. 9% is happening. That's reality. I was adamantly opposed to that until I worked through it. Now, I just want to say this for the record. This evening, I'm going to be supporting 9% in the ordinance, and I'm going to be supporting 9% in the agenda, the resolution that's going to come in 2 meetings. And let me explain why. If we don't do that, our residents and the city is going to be at a multi-million-dollar deficit. Is that fair, Peter Gay?
That is correct. If we don't address the annual increases as they come up, then we will accumulate deficits.
So it leads me to a couple things that I think we need to address, not this year, but in future. It has to deal with our own water infrastructure. Commissioner Bogan is spearheading a reverse osmosis system in the county that will increase things even more. We need to address that in our own backyard, but there's things that can be done. DEP and EPA are reduce. I think they're going to roll it back. These are numbers that can be rolled back. I'm telling my commission, this evening I'm going to be supporting a 9% increase. I don't like it. Let's be very crystal clear, and I think the message needs to be very clear to our community that we are being punished by Broward. That's the truth. We're being punished by bad planning by Broward County, which is creating this, but I think we need to support a 9% increase. Now, I want to walk everyone through this because I just did the numbers. The average, and Jackie, I asked staff to pull this, whether it's true, I can't account for everybody. In Winmore, the average water bill in Winmore is approximately $60. And 9%, give or take. Again, this is average, so don't hold me to it. If there was a 9% increase, a person paying $60 a month in Winmore, that would be $65.42.
Let me clarify one thing, though, Josh, on that. The individuals don't pay their water bill. It's an association, so it's one bulk.
I'm with
you're
you,
averaging
but
out.
For the average person, low impact user, go to a middle impact user whose water bill is $150 a month, and I probably fall on the high side of that just because I have a pool and some of these things. Somebody that's paying $150 a month, if a 9% increase that we can control, by the way, but if we keep it low, we are going to be in a negative deficit that our general fund is going to have to supply our utility fund because we can't make money from it. $150 a month user goes to $162 a month with a 9% increase. And on the high end of that, I did this just because I asked my wife, what's the highest bill we've seen? I don't even want to tell you what that is. We had a $700 bill. The pool, very low. But we had our highest month in the past years was a $700 bill that was watering, and regardless, whatever it is, if you had a $700 bill with a 9% increase, that becomes $763 on the highest spectrum user, and that's a user. Osama left. Did Osama leave? Yeah. Okay, he left. But that a $700 a month bill would put a user in the highest class of usage, right? So that would be the highest to the lowest. So we scale our water billing between the lowest users to the highest users based on quantities, on gallons, and things like that. So the highest user would be looking at a monthly of $63, which is a lot if you look at it through the year. The lowest user would be about $5 for the year, which is 5 times 12, which runs $60. So I don't like it. I don't like being the advocate for this evening. I am supportive of a 9% increase this year. If EPA and DEP roll back certain criteria and Broward County rolls back that criteria, because the truth is, and this is what I learned, I'll get into that in my commission comments in Tallahassee, just because the state rolls back their requirements doesn't mean Broward County can't say, and just so everyone knows, our county commissioner is spearheading efforts to go above and beyond water filtration, water protection with PFAS, with reverse osmosis. So the county's looking into implying a reverse osmosis system for PFAS. This is what it looks like. So I support this. I was very against it in the budget workshop, but I am supportive on the ordinance tonight of a 9% increase. I can't even believe I'm saying that because I've never supported it, but we don't have an option, and I'd urge you all, before you chose to vote on this item, you got to look at these numbers, because if we go standard, which it was 2.5, the city is operating at a deficit less than 10 years out of over $10 million that needs to go to the utilities fund. So, Peter Gay, that's what I have, so that's going to be what I support. And I think what's crucial, Madam Rose, is letting our residents know why this is happening. The city of Coconut Creek has planned for every water option. We've stayed ahead. We're not Fort Lauderdale. We stayed ahead of the game with utilities. We've stayed ahead of the game in water, wastewater, sewer. We have up-to-date systems. That has not been a cost to the resident, but this is not that. I will also just say, Danny, you do not have to have your mother here till 11 o'clock at night on her 70th birthday. So take her somewhere, take her to dinner. You don't need to be here. All right, we love you. Happy 70th birthday, but go to Jasmine. Well, Jasmine Ty's not in Coconut Creek, but take her somewhere for dinner. It's going to be a long meeting. That's all I have.
That's a point of clarification. So what I'm understanding you say is that the ordinance is drafted allowing us to increase to the maximum of the CPI or the Broward County increase is what you'd support. And when we bring the resolution forward, you would include the 9% increase in the resolution. So the ordinance language would stay the same?
The answer to that is, Madam Rose, I talked to our city attorney legally. I wasn't sure the ordinance this evening clarified that. It has to mimic the ordinance in terms of what Broward County is passing through. So my intent, and Madam City Attorney, if I need an amendment, please advise me, is assuming I don't know where the commission is, but I would support having to get there through this ordinance because, and educate me if I'm wrong, the ordinance is part one. We can pass this ordinance, but until we do the reso changing rates, which this isn't, it doesn't actually go into effect. Am I correct in that?
You're correct. I mean, the ordinance, the way it's worded, provides for the 2.5% CPI or what Broward County charges each year, and wording it that way provides us with the flexibility depending on what Broward County charges. This year it's 9%. Hopefully that's the most they end up charging. But if ever it's higher and we need that, we wouldn't have to come back and amend the ordinance. However, we do adopt the rate every year by resolution. So that's when you could determine.
Okay, so this is giving us this isn't the final say. So just because we agree to do this tonight, that's not it, right?
Correct. Well, first of all, this is an ordinance, so it requires 2 readings. It'll be back before you, and then there's the resolution.
You see where I'm going with that?
Yep.
I'm just trying to say, but the second portion of that, and I think is important for the commission to hear in terms of my interpretation, is if DEP and EPA rolls back standards, and there's 2 ifs. If DEP and EPA rolls back standards and Broward County accepts the rollback, as opposed to Broward County could choose to be ahead of the curve, right? But assuming they roll it back, we have the ability of reducing immediately. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be my thought. I'm curious to hear everyone's thought. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, if I could just clarify. We have the ability to reduce it annually. I don't know about immediately, but annually.
Correct. I apologize for that.
Thank you.
But we have the ability of, in our next fiscal year, if there's a rollback, rolling it back, because at the Solid Waste Authority, there's 2 things that go up every year, and I hate it. It is garbage and water.
Yes.
So
thank
that's
you.
all.
So I wanted to clarify too, so the ordinance will allow us to go up to whatever the Broward County rate increase is in that year, which for this year it's the 9%. We would not have to come back with a resolution if we were going to do the 9%, but you have the ability by resolution to adjust the increase down if you wanted to.
Hold on. You just, Mayor, if I may. You said something,
Go ahead.
Peter Gay, I don't want to correct you, I just want to be clear. She just indicated we don't need a resolution. I want to be clear on this commission that before a water rate change goes into effect, there will be a resolution. Madam City Attorney.
Yes, there would need to be a resolution because of the "or" language in order to select which one we would be going with.
Thank you. Thank you. I didn't mean,
Okay.
I'm with you. I want to be clear that whatever agreement we come to tonight has another opportunity to be heard prior to any discussion, assuming first and second.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Nothing further, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Welsh.
Thank you. So now I'm really confused because I asked what percentage would cover the costs. And I was given a different number that was less than that. So I just really need to understand how the number that I was given would not cover the costs.
Right, so basically what we did, the number we were working with was lower than the 9%, and it would cover the cost in this fiscal year. But when you look a year or two ahead, you're going to be upside down significantly in those future years. So this is just one of the processes that we follow. If we want to go with a higher rate this year, then it would help offset, future increases in future years. So it's just how we do rate stabilization plans and how we smooth those increases over different years.
Well, that's a very important piece of information to have. Because I felt comfortable that that was going to cover not only the cost that we were incurring from Broward County, but would put us in a good position to what we might need for next year. So I think that was a gap.
Our expectation was that the rate that we discussed at the last meeting would take care of us this year.
No, this was during my agenda review.
Oh, I'm sorry. So
this was during my agenda review, that
okay.
that the 6% would cover the costs. And I was under the assumption that it was covering the cost for this year, and then next year, if we incurred any additional increases, that would be addressed then.
Okay, so I'm sorry, it might have been a misunderstanding on my part, because I know I was asked that question, and I was responding to this current fiscal year.
Okay. Then I mean, because it's financially in a strategy, that's a very important piece to have. But I do want to ensure that whatever we agree on, if we're not talking about the particular percentage tonight, but that we, for future years, always have that resolution come back to us before there's any further increase at all, any rate change at all, up or down, so that we will know beforehand, before our residents. I mean, I just feel very confused about this.
Commissioner Rydell.
Just maybe to give some clarity, and again, I don't know when we all do agenda meetings, I don't know when we all do staff meetings. I would make a suggestion, because some of the data I asked, we all ask for different things in our meetings. Right. Totally fair. I would suggest this is a first reading and a second reading, that between now and our next meeting, some of the Excel spreadsheets, literally I was going over, and not obviously to Peter Gay's fault, I was going over this afternoon with her spreadsheets on different percentage points, on different extrapolation theories on 6 years, 5 years, 7 years, which is why I was using 29 as an example, that maybe the best interpretation is in future those, and again, I don't think it's anyone's fault, but to your point, Commissioner, there's data sheets I asked for today that I think gave me more clarity on this specific issue. So I think between first and second, that's an important component to.
Honestly, I'm sorry, I'm going to go out of turn, but before, when questions were raised, when the responses came back, it went to all of us. And it was helpful.
I apologize for that. That was just a conversation this afternoon.
That was today.
No, but I mean, okay.
I'll own that.
Okay.
I literally was at your office working with her today, so I apologize to my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. But am I to understand that if we went with the 6% for just this year, we wouldn't be underwater? We would be okay. It's sustainable for the city.
For just this
But
year.
just this year, because
Right.
it will come before us again next year.
Correct, but next year it might not be 6%. It's hard to
No,
say
I-
because we don't know what the county is going to do, so it could be more than the 6%. It could be closer to a 9. It just all depends on how those costs come in. So this
No.
strategy, if you were to do more this year, then it would
Mhm.
help alleviate some of the strain for future years also.
Understood. But, of course, if it was raised next year, we could always raise that fee then that year, for next year.
That is correct.
We can bring it to the 9%, to the 10%, whatever is needed at that moment. But it can sustain the city for this year, the 6%.
Yes, we would just basically break even for this year
Okay.
without considering
All right, thank
next
you.
year.
All right. Yes, Vice Mayor Wasson.
Thank you. Thank you. So and I'm trying to understand what Commissioner Rydell. So the 9% is kind of thinking that it's going to get to that point.
It is. So, Madam Mayor, if I may engage, it is. So Broward County has come down and said it's 9%. It's 9%. I hemmed and hawed at that at the budget. We all did, but it's not an option. It's 9%. Now, Broward County anticipates it going to 15% over the next 5 years. So the argument becomes, in order to be cost neutral, we either figure out 15% over 5 years, or we take a strike this year at 9 and hope certain regulatory standards go down and there's not increases, as opposed to playing, it's a hope and a prayer of saying, let's go less with something being different.
And then with a potential bigger increase over time.
Oh, yeah. Broward County has a 15% increase over the next 5 years. Madam Rose, correct me if I'm wrong. A 15% increase over the next 5 years, 9% this year, and a scaled increase every year. This isn't up to us. And if we shortchange that, we're inherently creating a budget shortfall in our utilities fund.
So we're basically taking the 15% and cutting it a little bit more than half, because we know it's going to go to 15% eventually.
It's 9 this year,
Right.
but there's a possibility it's either less. It could be a lot less if DEP rolls out different standards. And
Okay.
we have the ability of rolling that back.
Okay, I think I understand.
So, and again, I want to own this, because this isn't on staff. This is I'll take the ownership of this. This is something I literally was working on hours before the commission meeting with Peter Gay, going over spreadsheets and financial things. I was out of town last week, so I apologize in the delay. I want to be very clear, because this is not a Sheila or Peter Gay issue. Blame me. But some of these Excel spreadsheets that we went over today, between first and second, I urge you all to look at, because the budget shortfall potentially created 6-7 years down the road is massive.
And right now, the city's asking for 2.5%, or there are like two other options on there as well.
No, so our current ordinance provides for the 2.5% of the CPI, and the proposed ordinance allows the amendment to include a third option, which is the increase to whatever Broward County's
Got it.
increase
Okay,
is.
I understand.
Which this year is 9%.
Okay.
Which Vice Mayor, which is crucial that our outreach effort blames the person who's to blame.
Sure. It's them.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I thank you for educating me.
Thank you. Commissioner Brody.
Yeah, I really hate to do this, but I'm going to have to kind of agree with Commissioner Rydell on this. I think what we've seen over the last years with state regulations of what happened with condos and HOAs kicking the can down the road, and then they get caught with their pants down with assessments. I don't think the cities should be doing that. I think we need to think smart and protect our residents from an assessment. I mean, we're talking, $5 to $10 million 5-6 years from now. That's an incredibly large amount of money to be asking everybody to pony up. But if we do this smart and we budget this, we are not kicking a can down the road. We are doing our jobs to make sure that we collect that money, because if it's lowered next time, we can lower it. But I think we need to be prepared in the long vision of what the city is, because we're not going anywhere. So why put ourselves in a position to be in a deficit? So Commissioner Rydell, I'm going to agree with you. I think that we need to do this to protect the resident, even though sometimes they're not going to see it that way. The idea here is 5 years from now, they're not going to like a big $5,000 IOU. Sent out from the city. So I think we protect ourselves. I think we say right now that we make the decision And then next year, we can always circle back, and the year after that, circle back, and just make sure that we're keeping our residents from having a special assessment at some point, because I don't think it's fair to them if we don't budget this thing smartly. So kudos, thank you.
Commissioner Welch?
Yes, thank you very much. I really cannot vote on this tonight until I have the information that has been discussed here tonight. I really need to understand what I'm voting on, and I feel like I don't have what I need to be able to vote on it.
May I?
So the item is anticipated to go into effect June 1st. So and there is a second reading. And I certainly understand your position. Would it be possible to move first reading forward and to do a full briefing between first and second, where we'll provide for the second reading of the ordinance and also the draft resolution?
Right now, there is no number in this ordinance.
Correct.
It's open. So we can move this forward and then decide second reading with a number. No? Yes?
I'll defer to the city attorney. That's not true. And let me say why it's not true. Because
Go ahead.
Broward County has, and listen, I could disagree with
9%.
them, but Broward County has released their number. So their number is the cap. So how I view it is, it's and again, Madam City Attorney, I don't want to ever be at odds with you legally speaking, but I do believe that the cap number is established. Am I wrong?
The cap number is, so we can move this forward with the cap number.
And the resolution requires what we choose to do.
And then the resolution will, right.
Yes.
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 So I think we should move forward with
Yes.
this and then have a resolution. Thank you.
I wasn't sure. It seemed like you answered your own question, but I'm happy to. Okay. Okay. So again, I want to be abundantly clear. Our existing code provides for the higher of 2.5% or CPI or the ability to waive. What we are adding is a third option, or really a fourth option, which is to go to the level of what Broward County charges. And the reason for that is because, again, we know that this year they're charging 9%, and they pass that along to us. And 9% is higher than 2.5% and CPI, and we don't have the option to waive because then we won't be able to fund what we need to fund. That said, this is just the code provision. So in future years, they could go to 10%, they could go to 6%, this is not setting forth the actual amount. This is just setting forth the flexibility to go to what Broward County charges. I hope that answers that.
All right. Forward.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kavanaugh?
Commissioner Rydell.
Yes.
Commissioner Welch.
Yes.
Commissioner Brody.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wasserman.
Yes.
Mayor Rowley.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ordinance number 2025-008, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Coconut Creek, Florida, establishing the Main Street at Coconut Creek Community Development District, making certain findings of fact, describing the external boundaries of the district, naming 5 persons designated to be the initial members of the Board of Supervisors, providing for consent for the exercise of certain powers, providing for conditions of approval, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. And this item is before you at this time for second reading and public hearing.
Move it.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Welch, Vice Mayor Wasserman. Is there anyone that has any questions at this time or any presentation? Justin, thank you.
Good evening, Director, Sustainable Development, Justin Profit. Just brief, this is second reading. You all approved it unanimously on March 13th, 2025. The only change was minor edits to the legal description to align with the Development Review Committee comments that are in the package. So they've updated the survey to reflect exactly what we need them to show. Otherwise, staff recommends approval on second reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, are there any questions from the commission? Yes, Vice Mayor Wasserman.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to go over a couple things. And last time we were here, I was hesitant, and obviously, I think about the money and I think about a consumer, and that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to think about residents, future residents, all that stuff. If one of you two would want to come up, maybe it's more for Scott than anybody, but talk to me about some of the financial assistance programs we're going to have for people to live in Main Street. I want to know some of that first before I can kind of move forward with the second reading, for me personally.
Sure, happy to. Scott Backman, excuse me. Scott Backman on behalf of the applicant. So the development agreement right now, and some of this was discussed at the workshop, it's being further refined into the development agreement. I believe City Manager Rose mentioned at the workshop as well that we're working on, I think, two different components. The first is a first-time home buyers program that the city has established in other instances that we will be implementing in Main Street, utilizing various funding that will be coming in part from some of the impact linkage fee from the commercial portion of the Main Street project, as well as some funds that the city has available. That is an established program that the city's used elsewhere that, as I mentioned, will be kind of implemented for the for sale product within the Main Street project. The other component of that, which I think we're still working out some of the more specific
Before we move on to the second one,
sure.
Can we talk about the first one for a second? What would be the limit as to how many, and maybe this is a question for Madam City Manager, how much money is allotted for that, or is there a limit as to how many homes would be a part of that program? Is there anything do we have any, I'm sorry, you go.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, if I could, and I will only give you estimations because the full details of the program have not been worked out, but the expectation is that there would be approximately $1.2 million, and that between, and depending on what best practices are recommended from Broward County in this space, between $50,000 to $70,000 in down payment assistance would be provided for those in the workforce housing income qualified space. So you take that $1.2 million and divide it by whether it's $50,000, $60,000, or $70,000, and that's your number.
And the workforce housing you're talking about is kind of like city workforce?
So it is traditionally between 120 and 140% of the area median income. Am I correct, Justin?
Yes.
All right. So that is your,
So
Justin, do you have the
it wouldn't be specifically for people who work in Coconut Creek.
It has not, the details of the program have not been addressed. We did hear your comments related to that, and that's something we're taking into consideration.
Okay. All right, to the next one.
Sure. So the other piece of this, which again was discussed at the workshop as well and is still being worked out, I had a conversation with the city attorney last week, and I believe we're working on setting up a meeting to sit down with staff, hopefully next week, to get into more of the finer details associated with this. But what's been discussed, and I think shared with all of you, is a percentage of the units, I believe it's 15% of the rental units. So two different projects, somewhere in the neighborhood of 800 plus units. So 15% of that is 120 units in all likelihood. That will also fall in that same category. I believe at the workshop it was a maximum of 140%. And I believe I had suggested, Vice Mayor, to you earlier today, details have not been worked out, but I'm sure we can structure something such that there's maybe a way to give priority. I don't think we can say all 120 units are for only City of Coconut Creek residents, but maybe a first come or first look or something along those lines, and those are the types of details we would work out with your staff.
Yeah, I appreciate that. When I first got into this position, one of my biggest things is, affordable housing for residents. And I even had a resident had an article written indirectly about me and how I didn't know what I was doing and knowing I was talking about. But I'm very in tune with trying to help out people today, especially 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds who are not able to, put on that down payment, right? They're living, we've talked about it today. We have people who are living with their parents to save up money for that down payment, right? They're in their late 20s, they're in their early 30s, they're doing whatever they can to scrape by. So what I need, right, and, to get me across, listen, the CDD is, we did the math last time, I don't think you were here. We're talking huge monthly with everything. If you put $100,000 down, we went over I did the whole thing. For me, of the 1.2 million you said, Sheila, how much is coming from the developer, or is that all coming from the city?
I was estimating it was approximately $1 million from the city that was being contributed to the developer's match, and I don't have those exact numbers.
And the rental units are coming from, the discounts would be provided by the developer for the rental units, or that would come from the city also?
From the city.
From the city. I have a slight issue with that, right? My mind thinks a little differently, and I know we've talked about this. My mind is the CDD is, the residents are paying for, the new residents with the CDD is paying for the entire thing. That's my take, right? I need to see some assistance to help people live there. I'd like to see something in the developer's agreement that, the developer's willing to contribute some assistance. That's something, if I'm gonna get across the line with the CDD. My vote might not matter, maybe it does, but for me, I'd like to see something in the developer agreement that kind of shows to help residents with the down payment because their monthly is going to be through the roof. I'll let everybody else go. I hear a chitter chatter around me.
I would think you'd used to that, but anyway, I want to say, are there any, yes, Commissioner Rydell, go ahead, I'll save
Thank you,
myself
Madam
for
Mayor.
last.
Just a couple things I want to be clear with. Mr. Backman, if I can inquire, regardless of item 18, 19, 20, this evening, you would agree with me that they're all subject to the developer agreement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Backman. Mr. Backman, if I can make a suggestion, I hear Commissioner Vice Mayor Wasserman's comments crystal clear. Is that something you believe you could address in a developer agreement?
No.
Wow, you answered that question. Now, my second question is this: would you be amenable in a developer agreement to a lottery-based system on the for purchase properties, prioritizing maybe the first 20 units or something like that on a lottery-based system to Coconut Creek residents looking for first-time home buyers?
Yeah, I don't see why not. We need to understand the details of it through further discussions with the city manager, but I believe so,
And again,
yes.
I want to apologize because I don't usually, well, sometimes I do, but today I didn't intend to throw you something that I didn't anticipate. But, traditionally in new, if you had a 200-300 unit new development, it's a lottery-based system. It happens throughout South Florida that you have 1,000 people essentially putting an entry bid on a property. You'd agree with me, Mr. Backman?
Yes.
And is that something you could see some capacity, obviously meeting all the legal criteria of prioritizing a portion of that to giving Coconut Creek residents an opportunity for first bid?
Yeah, absolutely. As I mentioned, with the rental units, we just want to be able to work out the details of what that looks like with your staff.
I'm not talking about the rental units. I'm talking about maybe for the for purchase capacity, because I think that meets it. And I think that was something really significant on a CDD front that is important is I was somebody that wasn't necessarily a fan of a CDD until candidly you really dive down deep. And Commissioner Wasserman, or Vice Mayor Wasserman, I apologize. I'm going to stop making the title errors. I just called her Mayor Welsh tonight too. So the argument with the CDD is you do pay more. I met with some of the board members of Turtle Run. The people that do that have an expectation of levels of service that's why they're willing to do it. So I'm on board with the CDD. I've said it last time. I support it. Ms. Wald, I thank you. I think your education was clear, and Commissioner Wasserman is right. You are going to pay more. I think your chart doesn't have it as a crazy amount more, but I think he is right in the capacity of saying, hey, let's figure out a way to prioritize Coconut Creek residents. And I do believe, and I'll say it to Vice Mayor Wasserman, that there is a way that happens. I do. And I think that there's a healthy medium, and I think that we got to get creative in a developer agreement, and I fully support this item tonight. I actually fully support all your items tonight, and I appreciate the time you took with me. You took hours with me, walking me through it, and candidly, it's not dense, it's good, it's secure, it's got gates, it's got all things I've asked for. But I don't want to digress into future items. On the CDD portion, I do believe there is a way in a developer agreement to prioritize giving residents a lick first. And obviously it's not your forte, Mr. Backman, with all due respect. Ms. Wald, I'd be curious to see whether it's a lottery-based system on the forward purchase properties, whether it's a first-time home buyer assistance program, whatever that looks like. You'd agree with me, your client's amenable to that?
Yes.
That's all I have.
And let me just make a point of clarification, just so we understand. So the first-time homebuyers program is being funded in concept with the city's linkage fee, which has come in from various different non-residential development. And the developer's non-residential development has an obligation to contribute. So we're taking our existing balance from the linkage fee, adding the developer's contribution, and there will be a separate agreement that will be referenced in the developer's agreement where we'll work out all of the logistics. The benefit of it being the city's linkage fee and not federal aid or state aid is that we do write the rules on how that money is distributed. It does need to meet the intent of that moderate income or workforce housing income, but we can write those specific rules into the agreements.
Thank you for the clarification, Madam Rosen. I think it actually bolsters it even more because the opportunities for a first-time homebuyer, and I think Commissioner Wassman, I'm sorry, it was that cheesesteak. It was the cheesesteak for dinner at the closed-door police meeting.
Spare us the details.
It's not sitting well. You're going to sit next to me now, so I apologize. I digress. Whoa. But I say it for a purpose of, I think he's correct in the fact of, but there's a delineation here, because I think the city's going to provide opportunities for first-time homebuyers. What I'm kind of suggesting here, and he seems amenable to it, and again, today's not the forum, it's probably going to be the developer agreement, is saying, hey, a lottery-based system could benefit the not first-time homebuyer of somebody maybe living in a townhouse in Coconut Creek that's looking to upgrade their townhouse, or somebody that's renting in Coconut Creek and maybe their spouse doesn't qualify as a first-time home buyer, to just provide an opportunity. So I'm trying to find a healthy.
And in your idea with the lottery, that includes potential financial assistance for those people, or is that just the opportunity to purchase?
Well, that in my mind, it's an opportunity to purchase, but understanding when you're, and again, we're devils in the details right now. The developer agreement can address some of those components, especially on a purchasing level. But my suggestion is merely prioritizing Coconut Creek residents to have a seat at the table of saying, hey, I want to go from, an 1,800 square foot townhouse to a 3,000 square foot villa in Main Street. And at least giving them the opportunity of saying, listen, we have, I'll give you an example. We have a private school in the city that prioritizes, financial aid to Coconut Creek residents through agreements and things like that. So I say it in a capacity of fully supportive of it, of saying, I'm willing to bet if we have a conversation, there's a world that the Main Street team is saying, hey, we're willing to say 20%, let's give it to Coconut Creek residents first. I can't talk about financial aid, Commissioner Wasserman. I'm just trying to say, I'm trying to prioritize that second tier, but just trying to find a healthy medium. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Brody.
All right, so I'm going on the record to say a couple things. First of all, I think zero tax money of our residents goes to helping somebody buy a home. That's part of the responsibility of earning the income, earning the privilege to have those houses. I'm just saying on the record, if you let me finish speaking, please. You let me finish? I will. Okay, then be quiet, please.
All right.
No tax money needs to be shared with people that haven't earned it. They need to earn their way, just like the rest of us did coming up. And we bought smaller homes, we sold those homes, we bought bigger homes. That's how it works. That's how it's always worked. And I don't think any money that should go to a taxpayer, come from a taxpayer, should be going to fund this. Two, if we are going to do this with the linkage and make the rules, there's got to be a set rules that we ROI it, that we get our return of investment, which means that resident has to commit to living in the city for a certain amount of time to pay back that money with being able to buy, purchase here in our city. So we say we let them come in for 7, 8 years commitment, and we're giving them that money. That means with 7, 8 years, they're going to be committing to buying gas in our city. They're going to be going to our restaurants. They're going to be paying for our play areas here. I think that it's important that we understand that there's got to be a time limit for that ROI to say that we paid for this. Now it's your turn to spend the money in our city. I just want to be on the record with that. If we're going to start talking about taxpayer money or short-term 2-year things, you lost me. That's just not going to happen. I don't think that's right. I don't think it's right for the rest of us that came up in this world, that we earned where we are now with our living, with our sacrifices that we had to make, because we all had to make them. We all know that. I had 2 kids. My wife worked nights. I worked days. I didn't see my wife for almost 2 years. All right? We made sacrifices. We didn't buy the expensive cars. We didn't buy the expensive clothes. We sacrificed to get to the house we need to in the neighborhood we wanted to. And I think that's just part of being an adult. And so I don't want to see our money and anybody's money go to help somebody else shortcut the system. That's my opinion.
Mayor, for just a brief question, could I just ask Commissioner Brody if he supports the prioritization of Coconut Creek residents upgrading in a lottery-based system?
Yeah, I'm fine with that, because see, then we're talking about they've already kind of paid some dues here in the city, right? And that's what it comes down to, is where are they putting their money? If we're going to get somebody from Coral Springs who's been feeding their economy, not ours, well, I don't think that's fair. If you're talking about somebody that's in our city, has an address in our city, I'm okay with that. Even if it's an apartment to a condo or townhouse, a villa, or upgrading from a condo to another condo, the money needs to stay in Coconut Creek. If we're going to give it to them, they need to stay here in Coconut Creek. That's where I'm getting at.
All right. Thank you. I have to say that this isn't relevant to the CDD. We're off track here. And this is all very important, but we are off track. So let's stick to what's on the agenda. But I do want to comment, while this was in discussion, that Commissioner Brody, you do have a point. Yes, our residents need help. Second, we can help them, but if they sell this unit before 10 years, then they have to pay the money back. I mean, let's face it, this isn't free money. There are so many details that have to be ironed out with this, and right now, tonight is not the time. So can we please just stick to the CDD and move on? Thank you. With that, Commissioner Welsh?
Yes, I appreciate that. That's why I asked the city manager to talk about where that $1.2 million was coming from, and that it wasn't really tax money, it was money coming from developers all of these years, so that we could kind of stop that in its tracks. But I was not a fan of CDDs from the very beginning, but I have since learned that the amenities for those people that want to live in this area can most fruitfully be provided through a CDD. And I appreciate the time and the effort that has been taken to educate on the positive notes of the CDD, because I was a hard sell, so I appreciate all of that, and we won't even go into the discussion about the other items. We're just going to leave it at this. I'm very much in favor of all of the stipulations that have taken place for the marketing materials to make it crystal clear when a person purchases there what their responsibilities financially are going to be by living there. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to say, I'm sorry I interrupted. I just said this is baptism by fire for me.
But you know what? You're doing a very good job.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, you actually have the longest agenda we've had in, I think, the past 2 years. So with all due respect, it started with my first comment in the meeting. Kudos to you, Madam Mayor. Kudos to you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Any other comments or questions? Thank you. Yes, Mr. Kavanaugh. Yeah, do you have any for us, Scott?
No, Mayor.
No, you
Thank
don't dare. I get it. Mr. Kavanaugh, please. I'm sorry. Oh, yes, public hearing. I'm sorry. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak on this matter? All right, thank you so much. All right, public hearing closed. Now, Terrell, does this go back to you or to Mr. Kavanaugh? Thank you so much. Mr. Kavanaugh, please call for the vote.
Commissioner Rydell.
I just want to let Danny know before I vote yes that he may be here until it's not his mother's birthday. But yes.
And I'll say, I'll buy dinner if you'll just take her to her birthday dinner. Please.
Can I speak for a second? He's not letting me speak, but I asked him, do you want to leave? My husband said this is pretty interesting.
All right, well, that's good. I'm glad somebody's finding it interesting.
A little bit of the good, the bad, and the ugly going on.
We're eating by the airport. It's open 24 hours.
Thank you. We have an open motion. Please, Mr. Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wasserman.
Yes.
Mayor Rowley.
Yes. Yeah. We are now going to consider several quasi-judicial items. Will the city attorney please explain the city's quasi-judicial procedures?
First, I want to remind everyone to silence your mobile devices. Florida courts have determined that there are certain types of matters, including agenda items 19 and 20 on tonight's agenda, that will be treated differently than other items considered by the Commission. In these quasi-judicial applications, the Commission is applying existing rules and policies to a factual situation and is therefore acting like a judge and jury do in a trial held in the courtroom. In such cases, the courts have decided that due process and fundamental fairness require that more formal procedures be followed. The City Commission's decision must be based on the evidence and information that is presented at the public hearing, including the agenda materials. Planning and Zoning Board recommendation, testimony presented at the public hearing, and the deliberations of the City Commission. Quasi-judicial procedures require that the Commission consider the evidence presented to it and base their decision on the applicable law and primarily on credible evidence presented, whether by staff, the applicant, or members of the public. In a quasi-judicial proceeding, the City Commission is not allowed to take into consideration public sentiment or the popularity of a particular development proposal or application. The City Commission may only consider competent substantial evidence. This means testimony or other evidence that a reasonable mind would accept as credible and adequate to support a conclusion. Florida courts have made it clear that mere generalized statements of opposition are to be disregarded, but fact-based testimony can be considered competent substantial evidence. This can include eyewitness observation testimony about relevant facts and documentary evidence, including photographs, aerials, and maps. Citizens who want to participate in a quasi-judicial hearing can testify as to factual matters in any element of the case that would not require specialized training or specific academic degrees. Their testimony will be considered provided their testimony is backed up by the established facts, studies, or evidence that is not conjecture or just based on a feeling. The quasi-judicial hearing process is not a popularity contest. The strict rules of evidence do not apply during the public hearing, but any comments must be relevant to the agenda item. Proper decorum is required and will be maintained at all times. Please refrain from vocal outbursts, jeering, cheering, or applause. Everyone who seeks to speak on an item will be given an opportunity to speak. If you intend to provide testimony as to any of the applications to be considered tonight, you will be sworn in before your testimony is taken. Please know if you speak, you may be subject to cross-examination at any time. The City Commission may comment or ask questions of person addressing the Commission. If you refuse to either be cross-examined or be sworn, your testimony will be considered in that context and given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but may request that the Commission direct questions on their behalf to the applicant or staff. Mr. Kavanaugh, will you please confirm compliance with the notice requirements?
The city has satisfied the legally required public notice for this public hearing for agenda items 19 and 20.
And will you please swear in the witnesses?
Will anyone wishing to speak on any of these quasi-judicial items please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? When you come forward to speak, please state your name and address clearly for the record. State whether or not you've been sworn in and whether or not you understand the rules of the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear agenda item 19, and if there are no objections from staff, the applicant, the commission, or the public, we will also hear agenda item 20, as they are related. No objections? Thank you. After I read the resolution titles, I will ask for a motion and a second to move the items respectively. Resolution 2025-040, a resolution approving the site plan request of David Ault of John's Family Partners, LLP, to construct a maximum of up to 152 townhomes and villas on the property legally described in Exhibit A, attached hereto and made a part hereof, generally described as Block 8 of the Main Street at Coconut Creek Development. Quasi-judicial public hearing. Resolution 2025-041, a resolution approving the site plan request of David Auld of John's Family Partners, LLP, for the development of public and private parks, open spaces, and other hardscape features on the property legally described in Exhibit A, attached hereto and made a part hereof, generally located within the Main Street at Coconut Creek Development. Quasi-judicial public hearing. Is there a motion and a second to
move it?
Second.
Thank you. Is there a motion and a second to move item 20 for discussion?
Move it.
Second.
Is that Brody and Rydell?
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Are there any disclosures such as outside communications or site visits on behalf of the commission for items 19 and 20?
I had lunch today with Mr. Scott Beckman at Fornello's, a local business I recommend.
Okay, I had a Zoom meeting yesterday, the 9th, with Mr. Scott Backman and Rick and Landon. Thank you. I didn't get lunch, however.
I met with Mr. Backman virtually about a week ago. Regrettably, Landon was not there.
So just to be clear, ex parte communication is different than the lobbyist log. So if they're logging a lobbyist encounter, that's something that travels under a different statute. Yes, no, I am making you tell me that is required by law. If you could please do so, that would be great. Somebody had just asked.
Happy to report that I met with Scott and Landon virtually.
You got Landon.
And no lunch.
A Zoom that was logged and a phone call that was logged as well with Scott.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. The city staff will now make its presentation on item 19 and 20.
Yes, thank you,
Mr.
Mayor.
Prophet.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Well, I'll be brief since the applicant does have a nice, colorful presentation. I'll just introduce this and briefly describe it and offer staff recommendation. The applicant, Scott Backman of Miskell Backman LLP, on behalf of the owner, David Auld of John's Family Partners, LLP, is seeking site plan approval to construct, and I'm going to start with Block 8, and then we'll talk about the park site plan. Site plan approval to construct 152 townhomes and villas on Block 8 of the Main Street at Coconut Creek, in the Main Street Coconut Creek PMDD in the Main Street project area. So with the Block 8 description, it's 152 residential units. It's broken down by 60 3- and 4-bedroom townhomes, 92 2- and 3-bedroom villas. We've also looked at all of the architecture to ensure that it's consistent with all of the other townhome developments in Main Street, and it is, with its own uniqueness that is a requirement in our design standards. The Parks and Recreation open space site plan, this is a little unusual. We don't usually do an entire site plan for a parks and open space system, but such as this. But since this is such a massive development in terms of parks and open space, and you can see for just the thickness of the plans, the parks and open space consist of very small pocket parks to large parks such as the Village Green, the FPL easement area, and the preserve, and our main Main Street Plaza, and our mixed-use plaza as well, among greenways, trails, and all of the different connections. I will say that one of the exciting things about the Parks and Open Space is that all of these areas will be connected through greenways and trail systems, even along the roadways on the streets in Main Street. Those are almost like parks because they will feature very large sidewalks, shared use pathways, shade, trees, landscaping, on-street parking spaces, and then the roadway with biking facilities as well. All that's in the package there. Plus, of course, all of the obligations that the developer was required to provide in terms of parks and dedications. And it's going to be a mix of both private parks, meaning maintained by what we now know will be the CDD, and also there is a mix of public parks in our civic spaces, as you already know. So I will say for both site plans, they both are in compliance with the adopted Main Street PMDD, which is the Planned Main Street Development District regulations, the city's Main Street design standards, the site plan review application standards, our land development code, and our comprehensive plan. They both comply with that. As you can see, the Planning and Zoning Board at their February 12th, 2025 meeting unanimously recommended approval of both site plans. So our staff recommendation tonight is for approval with each resolution's conditions of approval. That concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the applicant, Mr. Scott Backman.
Thank you. Just a moment. Thank you. Which one? Main Street? Yeah.
In case you can use the mouse. There's a room so you can actually interact if you need to show up
Beautiful.
something.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Scott Backman, on behalf of the applicant, thank you, Justin. Presenting two separate site plans collectively, and then obviously we can go back through any of the slides as we've done in the past with regard to any questions. These first few slides you've seen over and over and over and over again. So I'm going to spare everyone the handful of minutes it takes to run through them, with the exception of showing you on the graphics, in particular with regard to the Block 8 site plan. That'll be the first full presentation I go into in terms of proximity and where it's located. So you can see on the various plans that you've seen before, the approved zoning plan from over a year ago at this point calls for townhomes and villas on this property. A master conceptual site plan you all have seen, which kind of outlines maximum intensities, permits 160 units on this property. As Justin just shared, we're proposing 152 total. This is a slide I think we created a little bit later in the game at the request of, I think, Mayor Rarely. Maybe it was former Mayor Welch. I can't remember. But the idea was to really kind of show everyone how much progress we've been making as we've been going through. Our very last slide is kind of a timeline that does the same thing. You will notice that once we get through tonight, assuming both applications are approved, we will be down to 2 remaining blocks. Block 10 in the heart of the Civic Node is a multifamily block that will be coming in later this month. Block 16 is something that we are still having ongoing dialogue about, and will probably be something that, as much as we would like to get it done before we close this year, the likelihood is it will probably be sometime thereafter, although I do want to speak to the city manager about some ideas that we've had recently, so we'll do that soon. And then the only other item at that point is going to be the development agreement, which we've spoken about. We are having very active dialogue on and getting very, very close. Still probably 3 or 4 business points, some of which we just discussed here earlier tonight, that need to be worked out, and hope to do that over the balance of this month as well. So Block 8 is very similar in nature to Block 1, if you'll recall. I believe that was one of the first blocks that you saw. It is immediately across the street from the promenade on Cullum Road and Lyons. It is a mix of rear-loaded urban-style townhomes and villas. I think everyone's very familiar with the townhomes. Just as a reminder, villa is a two-story townhome essentially without a garage. And so what you see on the slide before you is the perimeter units along Banks, along 40th, and along City Market that are a more urban style townhome that front on the street with the garages rear loading behind them internal to the block, and then surface parked villas interior to the block with significant parking. I believe the block itself is 12 spaces over parked from the requirements. In addition to that, and by the way, that's at a ratio of about 2.25 spaces. So it's a good ratio of parking. And then there are 40 additional on-street parking spaces. As a reminder, the commission, we've had this conversation at a handful of meetings. The on-street parking spaces, so the parallel spaces that are identified throughout Main Street, they're not part of any parking requirement. There's a very significant number of them throughout Main Street. In this case, in immediate proximity to Block 8 are 40 extra parking spaces that can be utilized by members of the public, guests, residents, et cetera. Oh, come on. Here we go. So the block's highly amenitized. It is proposed to be gated. So there's a main gate, resident and visitors along 40th. There's a resident-only gate excuse me, off of Banks Road. And then a number of, so that's for vehicular access, and then a number of locations, I believe 6 or 7 different locations around the block that allow for pedestrian and vehicular entrance and exit into the block. Notably, along the south side of the block is a greenway, kind of pairs up with land that was dedicated by Monarch Station, land that we're dedicating to create this greenway. It extends further to the east behind Block 4. You'll see a little bit more of this in the next presentation on the Parks Master Plan. And then the internal circulation, again, both pedestrian and vehicular, in particular north-south in the middle of the site. You see the note about the internal park. You can see that in plan view off to the side of the screen, and I'll show you a rendering in a few moments that also kind of identifies really how much space there is between those buildings and what a nice interior park it makes as an amenity for Block 8. You can also see there are 3 different pocket parks around the exterior of this particular block, a number of other pocket parks that you'll see as part of the Parks Master Plan in the next presentation. These next few slides show the architectural style of the block. This is the villa. Again, front doors, parking immediately in front of them. Take note of the window colorings, the lighting, the doors, the colors. You'll see on the next slide, again, very similar, not identical. Different architectural styles, but again, a lot of consistency, a lot of compatibility. And then just to highlight, since it's been a while since you've seen these other blocks, each of the block was really intended to have kind of its own unique style, flavor, still creating the consistency and compatibility amongst the building types, but creating something a little bit different so that you know you're in a different part of Main Street, you're at a different block. And we had this conversation going all the way back to Block 1, which was the first for sale block that was before you. And so we just kind of wanted to share with you the idea that you know, the architectural style, the color schemes for each of the different blocks. Commissioner Rydell, Commissioner Wasserman, I know in prior meetings we've all been looking at floor plans, trying to figure out how big are these units, how much space. So this is for the villas, again, a number of different unit types. Same thing for the townhomes, bedroom sizes, square footages, et cetera. So these next few slides are renderings, pretty pictures like we show in all of these. So this is off of 40th. Again, you can see the streetscape, the rear-loaded townhomes, the front yards of those rear-loaded townhomes. This is the entrance gate off of 40th looking to the south. You can see the rear-loaded townhomes on either side, and then the villa's interior to the site. You'd be standing in the greenway, looking from south to north, and this is that interior park that I had mentioned earlier. Again, you can, it's hard to see in plan view, but you can really see the distance between the buildings, and, creating a nice interior open space like this within the park is a nice amenity for the residents that live specifically here. Obviously, there's significantly more open space throughout the balance of the Main Street project. One of the pocket parks, I believe this is the corner of Banks and 40th. And then there's another one here at the corner of 40th and City Market Avenue. Again, just to give a little bit more feel and openness to the streetscape, to the residents that live in the adjacent blocks. And I believe that covers Block 8. Still recovering my voice, so I'm going to take a quick sip of water. So the Parks Master Plan is something we've talked about. You may recall, I think earlier this year, I shared the roadway master plan with all of you. As Justin just mentioned during his presentation, it's a little bit unique. It's a little bit different. You've got 200 acres of property. You can see everything highlighted in yellow there is what I'm going to talk about in the preceding slides, and it's fairly significant. It took several rounds of review. Our landscape architecture team, who spent a lot of time working on this, are here. Our civil engineers here. There's so many. Mark Jacobson in the back of the room. Yeah. So. This is coming to you last for a reason, right? I mean, there's so many elements of what our blocks look like, what our roadways laid out like, how our civil engineer and utilities laid out in order to figure out what all of our open spaces ultimately look like. I think the other reason there is we spend a lot of time working on it with your staff. Is critically important to everyone involved, to the city from day one, to our development team, to make sure we got all of this right. And as you'll see, I think all of the open spaces throughout Main Street are very highly amenitized. And so with that, these next several slides actually are going to walk you through a little bit about some things that you've seen on and off in various workshops over time, but we've always teased that we're going to share with you our amenities package, things that we've shared with city staff over time. A lot of what you see here is kind of that branding concept, creating that sense of place. We've all talked about when you drive into any of the entrances of Main Street, you want to know that you've arrived somewhere different within the city of Coconut Creek. And so, again, we spent a lot of time branding. A lot of what you see here, obviously there's going to be local marketing efforts, but with a project of this size and scale, there's going to be local, regional, state, and national marketing efforts for a project like this. We all know and hear all the time how many people are moving into Florida and into South Florida. There's no doubt that creating a good brand helps with that marketing and PR effort. So this slide is inserted at the request of the commission. I want to make it very, very clear. I think I shared it with all of you during our individual meetings as well. These are ideas and concepts we put together using several of our consultants that help with the PR and branding slide that you just saw. These are ideas. These are suggestions. Honestly, don't think that this warrants discussion this evening. It was just, I know we've all talked about it. There's been conversations of, well, it's called Main Street. Well, we've created a Main Street Boulevard. But again, these are not, none of this is definitive. These are conversations that we've had with your staff, that we've had with all of you, and it's subject to further discussion. I would suggest maybe individually with your staff. We are wide open to whatever conversations and direction this all needs to go to ultimately name the parks and the roads within Main Street. The next, I think, 5 or 6 slides are all of the various amenities that you will see within the common areas of Main Street, the parks, the open spaces. So what the first thing you see here, this is something you've seen before. It's kind of a functional use of sustainability and public art. We're going to include a water tower. It is effectively a working cistern that will be located in what we're calling John's Park. This is the mixed use or commercial park over by the commercial commercial node. And then a number of other elements here. You've got solar-powered benches, cisterns, wind turbines, solar canopies, recycling stations, charging stations, again, other solar lighting options, various forms of street furniture. The green that's highlighted on the left there is a discussion point that we've had quite a bit during our DRC and with your police department because of vandalism and skateboarding that occurs. And so we've done our best to try and curb or discourage that in portions of Main Street or throughout Main Street. So again, more refillable water stations, obviously doggy waste stations, bike lock stations, variety of different seating options that are going to be located throughout the parks and common open spaces. This various forms of street lighting, and then some bus shelters that are going to be located in a few strategic places throughout Main Street. I think the coordination with the MPO is still ongoing as it relates to that. So specifically getting into each of the parks, as you saw in the opening slide, starting with the Village Green, you've all seen this before. It was presented to you in a workshop. We've used a variety of different consultants to create this, and so this is effectively the site plan. I do want to say one of the other elements that still need to be worked out in more detail with your staff relates to how all of these various elements are designed and spec'd and cost, purchased, however that works in the construction world. Those are aspects of items that we'll be meeting with your staff on to work into the development agreement because, again, as we've talked about before, as we talked about at the workshop, the Village Green is effectively the cities. We've worked arrangements where our client will be building it, but we still need to work out the finer points of that. And so what you see here is effectively the site plan that's been designed that I think has been agreed upon by all. And then it's how do we really implement all of this, which is the pieces that need to go into the development agreement. These next several slides are just close-ups. Again, you've seen all of these before, just to understand a little bit more about the size, the scale of what these various elements of the Village Green will look like. Again, splash pads, public art, playgrounds for kids, a dog park, natural play area, a hammock park, various walkways, and then a butterfly canopy, which is on the far north end immediately adjacent to the lake. The next element, this is also a DRI required dedication park within the project, is we've been termed as the main plaza. We've been discussing that throughout. Again, you can see from this plan how highly amenitized it is. This park, just for reference, is located immediately in between blocks 5 and 6 at the south, that works, at the south part of the park. This is 40th, where City Market dead ends right here. It dead ends for vehicles, pedestrians, and bicyclists can still make their way through the park to the north, over the bridge, as we've talked about in prior meetings, and really navigate their way throughout all of Main Street through the park and open space and trail system. Within the park, you see shade structures. There will be a piece of public art, solar benches, other seating options. A bus stop is proposed at this location as well. This is a rendered view from the south looking north at everything that I just highlighted for you. Again, on either end, to the east and the west are covered shade areas. Obviously, the hope is that this will be on nice days where people spend their time, grab a coffee up the street, sit down, have a sandwich, read a book, things of that nature. Just another view. This is from the north looking to the south at how the park relates on a ground level with the adjacent townhomes. So what you see here are both the FP&L easement linear park as well as to the upper left-hand side waterfront park, which is outside of the FP&L easement area. The distinction there is within the FP&L easement area. I believe you're all aware. We've discussed that we are subject to a consent agreement. We do have an executed consent agreement with FP&L. Took quite some time for us to get it to the point where it was actually executed and put back in our hands. It allows for a very significant amount of what you see there. However, considering all of the time it took to get to a signed agreement, we still have to go back to FP&L, assuming all of this is approved tonight, and really amend the agreement to incorporate the rest of this. We're not anticipating many issues, much pushback. It may be, hey, we've got a guy wire for one of our poles, and you've got a tree that's too close to it or a bench that's too close to it, so shift it or move it. But I just at least wanted to be on the record, and we've had this conversation with staff, and I think it's in the conditions of approval. It is still subject to approval by FP&L. The Johns Park, which again, the mixed use or the commercial park over adjacent to Block 2 and just to the north of the Block 3 commercial, again, very highly amenitized. It's just under an acre in size. Similar to the Village Green, although much smaller, you can see the way this park was designed by Mark's office to create a number of different options, areas. There's an open lawn, but obviously, in addition to that, I think there are 5 or 6 other areas between hammocks and benches and shade trees that someone can actually enjoy some time in the park. This is a view looking from the east to the west into the park. This shows 2 examples of pocket parks. The first on the top you actually saw. It's immediately adjacent to Block 8 on the corner of Banks and 40th. This other park, pocket park, is on the southeast side of Block 9. I believe when you were reviewing Block 9, we discussed it as well. Again, these are much smaller. They can't be as highly amenitized. There are paths that walk through them. There are shade trees. There's some benches and trash receptacles, but they're really just designed to be like a nice serene area spread throughout Main Street. And again, I think we have 6, maybe 7 different pocket parks throughout the project. Greenways, this is along Lyons Road. This is the greenway that would effectively run along all of the major roadways. So along Lyons, along Wiles, the Promenade already has one, Monarch Station already has one. Anyone else that comes in and develops within Main Street along the major corridors will also be required to provide the same greenway. They're pretty standard and typical in this respect. Other areas of the project that we're developing, we've designed a little bit differently. And I think we're going to move on to one of those. So this is another part of the trail system and greenway system, fully surrounding the lake on the north side of the property. Different areas we've talked about. There's a bulkhead in one instance, which abuts right up to the lake, and then other areas where you've got a path and then a swale that kind of leads into the lake. I think that kind of covers it. Obviously, as Justin mentioned, staff's recommending approval. I know that was a lot to digest, so happy to go back to anything and answer questions that the commission may have. Thank you.
Commissioner Rydell?
Thank you. A couple quick things. The first is more, Scott, is going to be more directed to, I guess, my staff, just to say it out loud. I've served a long time, and I said on this day, it's a long time when Commissioner Sarbone was very against certain concepts of public art. I've followed your public art and components of that, and I support, again, this is me, I support functional public art. Functional public art. I know in some of the earlier renderings that you've since deleted was that, solar flower. I don't love it, but other cities have done functional public art where it's public art that kids can climb on, whether it's public art that's functional, whether it's a cistern. I'm a fan of functional public art. We have a giant butterfly outside here that's like a rusted hazard, but I don't, that's, Sheila gets mad at me when I say that, but I say it because I think, especially in the Main Street District, functional public art is significant. I don't say that to you. I say that to my staff to be receptive to functional public art. I want to go back to the townhouse block. Can we just, you got a huge presentation.
No problem.
I think what's really significant, and I appreciate you adding it in on it, just pull up the parking, Scott, if you can, just because it's what I want to address. Something I've always appreciated in terms of you as a developer representative is coming in under approval, meaning you're less dense This project is the least dense in the history of any Main Street approved district, right?
Yes.
I think the parking is significant, because if you did it differently, your parking numbers as approved would actually be less than 2 parking spaces per unit. If you shaved it down, I know it's only like 12 spaces, but you could have asked for those other outside spaces to be included in the parking. So I just want to give you credit, because I think when you're talking about a townhouse having 2 spots per house, that's significant, right? As opposed to when we look at other potential developments where you're looking at, oh, you get like 1.7 or 1.6. Well, that's a problem to me, when in this day and age we don't have good mass transit, right? We have, everyone drives.
Yeah.
So to have a household where you're guaranteed 2, I think is pretty significant. So I appreciate you adding that in. So in regarding Block 8, I'm fully supportive of Block 8. I'm curious to hear some of the discussion, whether it comes to that or not, in terms of gated versus not gated. I've been a proponent of having gated communities in this regardless, so I support that. I think the density on this is actually really good. I think in terms of how you outlay your green space for units is actually great as well. It reminds me a little bit, and it's a bad example, maybe in the township in certain areas where you have townhouse communities where they're circled with green space. This is exactly that. So you're creating an urbanized green space for somebody that is there. So I appreciate the Block 8 development in terms of easy access to green space for those people that have dogs and want to walk, and the walkability of it. So that's it regarding Block 8. And regarding the green space, so we can go, if you want to go to the master plan, and regarding the Parks and Rec plan, I will just say this, and again, I hate to be like the guy that says is a dead horse. 3 years ago, when you started this project, the desire of certain what we want in recreational spaces, I would say, has changed. I think this whole commission could agree, I don't speak for everybody, but would agree that what we expect in community green space has changed. I appreciate the flexibility you've offered, but I'm going to ask you the question that I know the answer to. You'd agree with me that the actual desired approved amenities is something that would be addressed in the developer agreement as well. Not the green space, but I'm talking an actual specs of a playground or specs of an exercise equipment. Those are anticipated things. At least that's what my staff has told me, that is going to be delineated in some capacity. I'm not trying to mess with the site plan or the footprint, but the actual object.
So I'm not sure.
So I'll make a point of clarification, because
Please.
we expect that, particularly if you're looking at the central green, that we'll do the design for the green and the parking garage. So the developers agreement will have an agreement to agree on a future agreement, because it will take us, almost a year to get there. So you will see those, but it won't be entirely included in the developers agreement. There will be future agreements that'll bolster it.
And I'm appreciative of that, but I say it because obviously we're limited in what we could do under power lines, and I don't mean to say it like that. Sure. Obviously, it's all subjected to FPL's approval of like the easement under it. I say it because when we started this vision out, what we wanted our green space probably today is a little different, and probably in 2 years when we're actually constructed is a little different. Right. And I appreciate your flexibility in regarding meeting community needs. So
Sure.
That's really the point I'm getting at, because some of these aspects have changed a little bit. I mean, listen, when we started this in our first meeting, 3 years ago, I mean, pickleball wasn't a sport. I don't mean it like that, and I'm not suggesting pickleball courts, but what I'm saying is,
Sure.
What? Bad choice based on current emails? But I say it because I think the need of the community has changed, and I think, at least in our meeting, your openness to saying, hey, what does the community want when we're actually developing? So I want to give you a kudos in regarding that aspect of saying, hey, I'm looking for what the community needs, as opposed to locking you in right now to saying, oh, it's going to be a walk path with this exactly here today. So
Yeah, if I may respond, so thank you, and I absolutely agree with Sheila. Part of the conversation we're having with regard to the Central Village Green is exactly that. I want to ask a question of staff, so I don't know if it's Sheila, Justin, Liz. I think that like the parks though, right? Like what I just showed you, the amenities, I think that's all part of the site plan that's being approved, right? And so I was just a little caught off guard by the question from Commissioner Rydell, and I just want to make sure that we're all clear. Yes, there are some of these elements in like the Central Green that are still open for discussion, but everything else I think is site plan approved. And
So let me correct let me qualify that a little bit.
You got me off guard.
And I didn't mean to do that, but when we're talking in the Village Green, a splash pad, the actual schematics of that are not delineated today.
But only for the Village Green. Everything else is being approved tonight.
No, I'm agreeing with you on that, but I guess maybe I misspoke, and I'm saying that the walkway, the site plan, I'm agreeing with all that, but there's certain, we'll call them amenity features that are flexible.
Yes, absolutely.
That's the point I'm trying to make. And we talked about that in our meeting, and I apologize if I misspoke to that, but I say it in terms of whether it's the Village Green, whether it's the walkway, whether it's a pull-up bar or some other functionality product is still.
That is your decision. We're gonna meet and figure out how to make it your decision, but that's your decision.
That's what I was getting at, and that's what I wanted to be clear, because I think that is the competing interest that has changed.
Yes.
And site planning, I'm with you, but in terms of, I hate to say it like the product, because maybe that's
a good term. Yeah.
Maybe that is what it is, but the physical product that's going to be in the park is we have say over. Yes. That's what I'm getting at.
Great.
So I support this evening. The only thing I'll say, and it's really to my staff, I look forward to everybody doing their best and diligent effort with the voluminous amount of work that's coming in to get through this as quickly as possible, to push it through, because we have a developer that's, I don't want to say playing ball, but making accommodations. So I think the city, our staff should do the best we can accommodating them as well. That's all I have this evening.
Thank you. Commissioner Brody.
Well, first I want to say thank you for naming a park after me. I'm just joking. I know it's for the Johns family. Thought we needed a little joke there. Speaking of parks, I saw a name on there, and we spoke about this today. And I'm going to caution that we be careful about the names we use on the parks, that they're not commercial names. We had a park under named Sprouts. We have a Sprouts opening up. I'm okay if they want to partner with you and pay for the park, and then they can name it Sprouts, but I suggest we take that off there because there might be some kind of conflict.
Again, sorry.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. The names are completely subject to change. Has nothing to do with the grocery chain, but I understand.
Yeah, it's a public record.
Sure.
So we need to change that on the next slide, so we make sure that that's not on there, no matter what happens. The second question that I actually have is I noticed we were looking at the pictures and you mentioned the bench, but I go beyond the bench, putting the middle arm in there to make sure people aren't sleeping on that. I came from a place where skateboarding was invented, created, and got out of hand. I strongly advise that we start putting and I don't know if you've seen them at Deerfield, but they're the aluminum nodules that go in the concrete to keep people from grinding on the side of the concrete seats. Or planters, make sure those are in there. I know they're kind of a pain when you're trying to get a bunch of people to sit down, but it doesn't you got these kids that are going to come through there and do that grind with the bikes and the skateboards. And I just think it's protective. Let's make sure we catch it in design and that we account for that kind of stuff on the concrete, because that'll wear down that stuff pretty quick and get us complaints from neighbors and all kinds of stuff. And that's all I really have. I think it looks great. I'm in favor of this, so let's get moving so we can start putting a shovel in the dirt.
Thank you.
Commissioner Welch.
I didn't think I was going to be next. So I'm glad you brought that up, Commissioner Rydell, because that was one of my questions when I got to the parks was, were all the amenities for the parks, were they included? And specifically the Village Green. So knowing that we have the ability to put our own footprint on that, then it alleviated it. This is the best part. This is what we waited for all last year and some of this year. So I mean, this really puts it full page picture to see what it's going to look like. And I couldn't be happier. The only thing that I asked about was in the parks that are on the site plan, that if we have a playground, that it have shade. Because I know in our parks, we've added that because we are in South Florida. And I know I mentioned this when we spoke, and you said you would get back to me on that.
Yeah, so it's something that we've been looking into since we spoke yesterday. It's still trying to kind of get our arms around it. So it's, we'll continue to have dialogue with staff and try and figure that out in terms of design and placement. Frankly, until I think you mentioned it 2 days ago, it wasn't necessarily a consideration. And so still trying to understand pricing and other elements associated with what it takes to implement that.
Okay, but I mean, the landscaping, the greenways, the openness, and I don't know what Commissioner Rydell was talking about, gated versus non-gated. I mean, to me, the entrance and exit gates are all it needs, because it has all of the access, perfect, readily access for all of the people that are going to be living there to enjoy all of those beautiful benches, overhangs, to bike, walk, sit, whatever they want to do. It's absolutely beautiful. I cannot wait till we get one first shovel in the ground so that residents can see what we've been talking about all this time.
Yeah, thank you. Agreed.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Wasserman.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two things. I think that the housing piece of today's presentation is beautiful. I really have no qualms about it. I get the gate. I'm not bringing up no fencing or gates today. Relax, Justin. It's all good. All right. You're welcome. But we spoke about it in our meeting, and I think, and Scott was there. And we're talking about. We've mentioned this a long time ago. Sheila was the FPL easement and maybe adding a walking history, a cultural piece about the city. I think building a museum or something, that's extreme. But I do think having like a walking path, or little placards that kind of talk about the history of the city. We have Dan Hobby, who's written the book, who's very knowledgeable about our history. If we can create some sort of historical, committee or society to kind of help outline some of those things, would be great for, I think, the FPL easement park.
Yeah, so we, see if I get this right, otherwise you can. So we actually spent some time talking about that after you raised it. I do recall it coming up previously. You all may recall, especially in some of our earlier presentations, we had this slide at the end that kind of popped up all the different green elements that we were having. It's our intention with the information cards to utilize mostly QR codes these days. And so I think adding some elements of that in maybe in other areas of Main Street, just the FP&L easement area, but a conversation with staff to kind of implement that, I think is absolutely a great idea. We just have to figure out the right way to go about doing it, where to strategically place it, and then obviously we would lean heavily on the city and your historical knowledge as to what would be included in that technology.
All right, cool. So all the placards would be QR, or were you thinking that some would be like just information on a thing?
So there are actually some concerns related to QR codes, so we haven't determined whether they would be QR codes or bronze plaques or a combination. So those details have not been resolved.
As a millennial on here and who loves scanning and things, I would not support the QR codes. I would support more of an in-your-face type of placard.
Our concern is QR codes are hijacked sometimes in the field, so we would need to work on an alternative.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Very similar to Veterans Park, where you have the information of the different wars. I think something like along in that avenue, right? Not like that, but you know what I mean.
Okay. Creek Wars.
And playgrounds. I think this maybe goes to Commissioner Rydell, what he was saying. Right now, you have how many playgrounds in the Hall of Main Street, not including the Tavern Green, or the Green Tavern, or the Green, what is it called?
Not the Village Green.
Village Green.
That doesn't count.
The Tavern. What? No, I'm asking about how many playgrounds do they have planned?
Main Street, how many parks?
No, how many playgrounds do they have in the Village Green? Not including the Village Green. You've confused me. Please.
Main Street. You want to know how many parks are in Main Street?
Correct. Not including the Village Green. Yes. No, just playgrounds. Just playgrounds. sorry. I know, but you confused me. I don't know what you're talking about. Is it about the county? I don't get what you're saying.
Not sure why we don't get to count the playground that's going to be in the Village Green, but at the moment we have two others. One is exclusive to the apartment community, which is Block 4. Remember, that's like kind of its own little world.
Right.
And then Block 11, which is the one we were looking at earlier, which is kind of centrally located just to the east of Block 11, is the other. Block 10 hasn't been fully designed yet, so we're not sure if it would or would not include a playground in Block 10.
Okay, so to understand and going to where you were saying, is there the ability after approval of this site plan, is there ability to add more playgrounds, or is that really only a part? Are we just approving what's happening? Justin?
You can add more playgrounds. They could make amendments to these, minor amendments to plans like that. That goes to the flexibility, it sounds like what Commissioner Rydell was talking about earlier.
So we approve the site plan today, right? We can later on add playgrounds? Is that what I'm thinking?
Yeah, there are always, with such a large development, such a large set of plans, there's always going to be modifications. I would not be surprised. So there's one playground on east of Block 11 and along the lakeside there.
Mm-hmm.
I would not be surprised if there's another one added that's over at some point in time in one of the open space areas, if that's what that.
But they wouldn't be obligated to it because they wouldn't be obligated to add it because we're approving. Is that correct? Because we're approving this right now.
Well, right now, they're obligated to build the playground that's shown just east of Block 11, plus all the private development open spaces as well.
I understand, but why would they want to add more playgrounds if we've approved a site plan with just two? What would the benefit of the developer be to spend more money on a playground if we don't add it now, in a sense? Not saying we would, but can you answer that?
Well, those types of amendments happen all the time when they realize that some amenities are changing or they want to change certain features of a particular open space. I can't
Scott,
answer the question. Yeah. So.
Do you foresee you being open to adding playgrounds after this site plan's approved today?
So I'll agree with what Justin just said. As we are getting into the finer details at times going through it, there's a possibility that an amendment may come through, but you're at the same time, you're correct. This is approved today without our desire to add a playground. We may or may not add a playground.
It's your discretion.
But I do want to add, right? So we talked about two playgrounds. We have a clubhouse that has an interior play area as well as a pool. I know we're not counting the Village Green, but the idea is going to have all kinds of areas for children to play between splash pads and nature areas and playgrounds, and the other two parks. So again, if we're talking about up in the civic node with the Village Green and otherwise the playground in the middle, and then the two other highly amenitized parks Commissioner Rydell talked about, functional public art. We don't know what that's going to be yet, but the idea would be we'd have a piece of art that you can climb on and play on, and so they're not playgrounds, but there are plenty of places for kids to play.
Okay. Was this Justin, is this this is my last question, right? Was this, I'm used to seeing site plans with like everything is pinpointed on the spot, right? It's going to be here, it's going to be here. Is this more of a broad site plan that allows the developer to have a little more flexibility with this, rather like they can interchange things without us knowing?
So no, I wouldn't say it's that broad because the site plan's pretty detailed, meaning the city has an amenities package, and when we talk about that, we talk about the street furniture, benches, garbage cans. You saw those, the bollard styles. We have certain styles and features that are themed. The applicant showed you those.
Right.
Those are all listed here.
Okay.
The sidewalks are listed, the landscape.
But it doesn't say how many. So it says they're going to have two playgrounds. It says we're going to have two playgrounds.
Yes. And it just doesn't, what it shows you, if you go to SP 16, it shows you a location for a playground. It just doesn't show you the actual playground.
What it looks like.
Manufactured. Right. Yeah, we don't have that yet, and that would come in.
And that would come to us for approval?
Yes, that would come in for a building permit.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything, Scott? I saw Rick come up. Did Rick have anything to say?
We're good.
He's going back? Okay.
Rick made the same point Justin
that
just
would
made.
come in for a building permit. That would not come back before you. Playground. I just want to make sure you heard that.
Say it again?
So the actual specifications of the playground would come in via a building permit approval. would not come back as a site plan approval.
Before I go to Commissioner Rydell, I'd like to say about parks and different types of sports or whatever else that we're talking about adding to the green spaces, we have to be very cognizant of how it's placed in the proximity of our residences, because that could cause major issues with noise, with traffic. So we have to be very conscious about where playgrounds, sports are placed in this area. In other words, basketball, pickleball, anything that makes noise we don't want, or playgrounds. You wouldn't want it in your backyard, is what I'm saying. So we have to be very careful of that. For additionals. Commissioner?
Yeah, okay, so I didn't think I was wrong, but I may be wrong based on some of the answers I just heard. Hopefully I missed something. So Scott, let's talk Johns Park.
Sure.
Right, bring up the picture for me, please.
Yep.
This is to Commissioner Wasserman, Vice Mayor Wasserman's point. So I need, Sheila, you got to chime in here too, because I was under a different interpretation. I don't think I'm wrong, but let's hope I'm not. We're talking Johns Park. Say when we are doing the developer agreement, prior to the approval of said developer agreement, we say, you know what, in Johns Park, we want a rock structure that's art that kids can climb on. I'm not talking about Mayor Raley basketball park, or I'm talking about a little structure that we have in some of our parks that are functional for little kids and engaging. Very clear. Are you telling me if we wanted some modification like that, we are prevented from doing that based on approving this tonight?
I believe so.
What?
Yeah. This is what you're approving. This is what we're building. The only difference, as I thought I clarified earlier, is in the Village Green, where everything's subject to commission decisions. But this is the site plan that we submitted, the 35 pages of it there with specific details. I'm just showing you the pretty pictures, and this is our intention of pulling building permits and building this.
I would agree. This was submitted as site plan approval. It outlines the walkways, the curbs. When we talk about the building permits, that's where you get into shop drawings and
Well,
selection of
Sheila,
materials.
with all, and Scott, this is not meant in any way to like blindside you. I was under the impression that certain amenities, certain items are things that we can establish. I'm hearing now that this is it.
Only in the central green area is our expectation.
Sheila, I hear you loud and clear, but that's not what I walked into thinking tonight, and anticipating, understanding that the developer agreement could anticipate certain amenities in some of our parks. And I'm hearing, and with all due respect, I appreciate Mr.
Sure.
Backman being totally honest and being like, no, this is it, this is what you're building, and I don't know if, listen, I support everything about this project. I don't support necessarily this tonight, only because I would like the flexibility there of saying. So I don't know how I ask you, and and this is not, Scott, this is not what I intended.
No, it's all good. Let's talk about it.
This is not what I intended on doing. I'm just trying to be suggestive and saying, hey, if there's an amenity or a feature from today until we are breaking ground 2 years from now in a park.
So let's have a conversation, and Tara will help. This is what's being approved. We've been unbelievably flexible and cooperative in working with the city. If, again, I hate to say it, money comes into play depending on what's being asked for, but we're very open to the idea of if we get a little bit further and we haven't gone in and started purchasing and permitting and getting ready to build, to changing this, coming back and doing a modification to it. I think there's even language in the PMDD and development agreement that might allow it to be administrative. So if there comes a point in time, that's one thing. But I want to be very clear. I mean, we've spent a lot of time and effort on this parks master plan. There's not a blank canvas here. I mean, this is how it's been designed. And Mark's office has spent exhaustive time putting all this together. So this is something that would need to be discussed to an extent relatively soon, but I'm making representations here with one client present, where we're willing to be flexible, but within reason. I don't know how we, go ahead, Terrell.
If I could just, as a point of clarification, the development agreement is going to attach the site plans as exhibits, but it is not necessarily the place where you're going to be able to design, the amenities specifically that are in the parks, except for the village green, as Ms. Rose has been saying. And that's because the village green, as you know, is our property.
Yes.
So if you have questions or concerns, Scott did attach, or, really the submittal includes a 35-page site plan. In your backup, I know it's kind of small.
I get it.
I was just going to say, maybe you spend more time with it before voting on this particular item if you're uncomfortable with it.
No. Well, first of all, this is a single reading. It's a site plan, right?
Correct.
So the only point I'm trying to make is that Scott, I want to be crystal clear with you. I want to approve this. I want to move forward. I need to figure out, whether it's an amendment or a carve out to say, hey, and I appreciate the guy in the back row with his arm crossed. Appreciate that guy. But I say it from a perspective, being a little facetious, just for levity late at night, but there may be aspects that Vice Mayor Wasserman's right, and I say it from a component of, I got little kids, he's got a baby. Like, there's aspects of this that could serve the community better. And it sounds so micromanaging, and that's not what I'm trying to do, where it's a little feature that doesn't change the footprint at all, but changes the use. And there's a difference. There's a difference between a low-impact passive park with benches and green space and sitting areas, as opposed to some, rock sculpture and a swing or a hammock. So, I'd love this guy to say something.
There are hammocks in the park.
Scott, I get it. And this, I promise you this. I didn't intend to be contrary in any way tonight, but I would like the flexibility, and I'm open to you telling me how I do that tonight to approve your item with a carve out to say, hey, and again, I'm not trying to recreate the wheel. I'm not trying to say, hey, we have this carved out and I have an expectation that you're going to drop $1 million in this park to do A, B, and C. That's not what I'm saying, but I'm talking totally on a cursory level, on an aesthetic level. And I could be a lone wolf up here thinking nothing, but all I'm trying to say is that, especially like the Greenway, for example, that maybe there's an amenity that we conceptualized in planning, Justin, and Justin, I need you to help me too. Maybe there's an amenity in the Greenway that we're thinking now that, okay, well, we've site planned it to a certain level, but this is gonna sound like a stupid example. Okay, well, on this walkway, there's a pull-up bar, right? It's an active walkway. We've planned this out under the FPL lines as an active athletic walkway. Agreed?
Yes.
So, okay, so this commission, and again, not trying to micromanage, but okay, well, guess what? No one's doing pull-ups anymore. Why are we having a pull-up bar? Why are we not having, a sit-up bar? It sounds stupid, but it's an example of something that how it means moving forward. So I just need a little comfort right now.
So let me make a suggestion. Similar to what we do with the Parks Master Plan, all parks and these public open spaces are always changing. I think where the developer is, and they've been very clear on their need to tie the numbers down so that they can move forward. What we're negotiating in large part in the developer's agreement is who pays for what. We always have the ability to add facilities, and I see that the developer would always be open to working with us to add amenities. Our expectation is that parks change, they mature, depending on what's the fad or what's popular at the time. I think it's in the developer's agreement where we can work on the language where the developer would allow the city to add amenities as they become appropriate.
But you're saying the city would add?
No, it's the CDD.
Well,
So,
or the
Scott,
hold on.
It's one point of clarification. Scott, I'll give you the floor.
Sure.
When in the Pines on Hillsborough Boulevard, when we approved it, the only public amenity that those townhouses have, period, is a pool. They have a mini clubhouse, they have a pool. There's no playground, there's no open space. So people that bought in there, it's a townhouse community, very similar to what we're approving. There's not a use. We approved it. Well, I wasn't on the commission, I don't think Sandy was either, but it predated us. They had a greenway, but these are things I'm saying. So I want to be crystal clear, Scott, on a developer. I support all of this. I would just like a little flexibility in terms of the actual product being placed in it. And I think Commissioner Wasserman, Vice Mayor Wasserman is totally correct, because the truth is the median age in the city is dropped a decade. And I anticipate young families moving into Main Street and wanting, having a 5-6-year-old running around and being able to use it in some capacity. That's how I see it. So tell me that you're good with being a little flexible, not in terms of the site plan, but in terms of the amenity.
Right, okay, so yes, with a very large caveat, which Sheila was getting at, which is cost, right? And so I'm not saying it needs to be the city or the CDD or the developer. We've spec'd, and again, that's why Rick came up here while Justin was talking. We've spec'd everything. We know what this costs. We had lots of conversations leading into the workshop, to Sheila's point, about drilling this stuff down. If you don't want whatever, I don't know, the hammocks, or you don't want the solar benches, and you want to switch and move things around, and the costs don't change, or the city does want to throw in a few dollars to add some other element, or there are 2 locations here where we still have a tens of thousands of dollar commitment to add functional public art, as you suggested, that all of that can be utilized and maybe not located in the main plaza. Maybe it can be located here. Maybe it can be located elsewhere. So where I think there's room for the flexibility you're asking for, Commissioner, is in language in the development agreement that hopefully Terrell and I can craft that allows for that with an approved site plan tonight, and then mixing and matching to a place that makes sense. Where I'm going to run into resistance, and I think you all respect this, obviously there's only some of my client team here, is where this is fully baked, and so we have our arms around the cost for every single one of the parks except the Village Green. So yeah, we can be flexible with mixing and matching and trading things out and modifying these parks and coming back and amending them, so long as the price tag stays relatively the same. Right? Does that make sense? Is that fair?
No, it makes total sense, but the hesitancy I have with that is that I've been, I don't want to say led to believe, but I was under the impression that, exactly my first comment that I got the right answer for was saying, hey, we're site planning it, but the actual physical amenity is fungible, right?
Only, again, that's why I clarified, only in the Village Green.
Then I'll defer to my colleagues, but
Sure.
I was, again, I support this evening.
Sure.
I would like to figure out a way to carve out that saying, maybe what you're showing me at Johns Park, maybe that needs to be a little more kid-friendly, and, Sprouts Park, agreed on the name of it, but that needs to be a little less kid-friendly in terms of who we're trying to serve.
And that, I guess, again, back to the point I think Sheila was trying to make. If there's a way to build in language in the development agreement that says, combine all these park areas and the costs, where's Rick? The costs associated with all of them and the amenities in all of them, and start to move some things around so that you're getting less here, but you're getting more here, you're getting this specific. Here's my concern with that, truthfully, is how does that happen? Are you guys, the 5 of you, going to hold a workshop and start designing our parks? Because that wasn't the intent. That's why we did a parks master plan.
Agreed.
The intent for all of that, we designed our parks, because I think to the point Terrell made, these are our parks. They're for public use. We're granting easements over them so that they are used for the public at all times. The CDD will have them, so they're public anyway. But it was only the Village Green that the city got to decide how and what that looks like. You guys get to, I want to be clear, I'm sorry for that statement because it's not right. You guys get to decide now, tonight, right? That's where, I mean, that's what this was all about all along. And so I have no problem building in flexibility so this can be approved tonight, because it kind of really needs to be to keep things moving. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, I think I'm going to make it easy. Are you amenable this evening to, upon approval, and again, I could be the lone wolf up here, of making it a little more kid-friendly? And that's really the question. And I know you got your parks guy, you got all your people.
But Commissioner Wright, it's a very broad term, kid-friendly.
It is.
Right?
I believe they are, by the way.
Right. So for me, I would suggest, if we were going to go, talk like that, I would suggest a third playground later at the discretion of the developer, that they would place somewhere in the thing. So my thing would be, if we had, consensus on the dais to make this an amendment, maybe to have a third playground to be placed later on at a location within the Main Street property, Is that something you were thinking of?
100%, because what I'm a little on my heels about tonight is just, again, I support the site plan. I support all of it. I just was apparently under the mischaracterization that the physical items were still going to be up for grabs, for lack of a better term. The physical items, what was on the ground. And if I was incorrect with that, then
I agree. What were you going to?
Well, Beth just made a good point, right? And she's got young kids. I used to, right? The term playground somewhat antiquated. I mean, you go to a playground, you've got lots of different play structures. I think I showed you in the Village Green presentation, right? There were 4 or 5 different areas on the Village Green. There was a nature play area that had a bunch of little wood step stools that kids can jump on. We had those boulders that people are going to potentially sit on, but those are things that are going to be placed close together that kids are going to jump. So these have all been designed with the idea, I mean, open lawns. I mean, the idea for all of these areas is that they are going to be unbelievably kid-friendly. We want kids and families outside and playing. So can we, as I said again, mix and match? I don't want to get into a cost component tonight on this conversation, but adding a third playground, what we budget for playgrounds is significant. I mean, we're talking about 6 figures. We're not just talking about, hey, $20,000 gets you another little playground. So the idea of us working with your staff to make sure the way that Rick's priced this stuff out, we can add another play structure or 2 that would be kid appropriate in a couple of these open areas, that's fine. I think we can do that. But anything more, talking about a full playground and finding another area for it and things like that, that becomes a little more complicated, especially if we're still hoping that you're going to approve this tonight.
So take away the word playground, right, and add what you said. You said 1 or 2 structures. You just said you just said those words, right?
Yep.
So adding 1 or 2 structures into the property. I don't know if it moves the needle for Commissioner Rydell.
I support it.
All right, then I as well support it. It comes from the beginning of this conversation. I don't know how we would phrase it though.
He's raising his hand.
Oh,
I'm not there on the phrasing yet, but I just the one thing I'd like to make sure of, and this is where I also don't know. It's at your pleasure, obviously, but yeah, we can accommodate, like, again, another structure or 2. I'd like it to be something that we can do administratively with your staff, that whole thing doesn't have to come back. Sheila can show it to you guys in individual meetings or whatever, but I just don't want it to turn into a whole thing.
Right, as long as it is sent to the commission, I would be, beforehand, right?
Certainly, I can review it with you one-on-one.
All right, so what's the phrasing?
I agree, Vice Mayor. So Scott, I wasn't trying to, again, throw you through the bus. I think Commissioner Wasserman just brought up a point. I think it's telling because I think there's a little more debate on terms of the actual site planning. That's all. And I think the hard part is the competing interests of what we wanted 3 years ago to today.
Terrell, please. I'm sorry,
I know
Ms.
Vice Mayor Wasserman had asked what the phrasing would be. Essentially, when you go to make the motion, you would need an amendment, and the amendment would include exactly what was stated earlier, that you would like the developer to add 1 or 2 structures, whatever your pleasure is, into the property, with the specifics to be worked out administratively with staff. Okay,
I'll make
two structures, I agree. We need to make it clear.
I'd like to make a motion for an amendment to have the developer add 2 kid-friendly structures to the property of Main Street that would then be reviewed administratively with discussion from the commission individually with the city manager.
Second.
Thank you.
If we could vote on the amendment, and then we need to open the public hearing.
It's very open, right? It's,
All right, Mr.
You okay with
Kavanaugh,
that?
would you call the,
Yeah.
Vote on the
Yeah.
amendment.
Commissioner Rydell?
yes.
Commissioner Welch?
Yes.
Commissioner Brody?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wasserman?
Yes.
Mayor Rowley?
yes? No.
So is that on 20?
Public hearing is now open. Is there anyone that would like to comment?
Yes.
Both 19 and 20. Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Thank you.
And just as a
Now-
point of clarification, the amendment was on number 20. You will ultimately have to vote on number 20 as amended, in addition to voting on 19.
Now, do we have to read 20 all over again? Okay. All right. Now we have a motion to approve. Sandy, you have a comment before we vote?
I did ask to speak, but I was just going to suggest that we have all the flexibility in the world on our village green. We can make it as age diverse as possible, and that's at our discretion. We have total control over what goes in there and how it's placed. So, I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I voted it, I voted for it, but I just think it's unfair tonight to ask them to rearrange the whole site plan. But we have all the flexibility in the world on the village green, and we can control that significantly.
I agree with you,
And I would
Commissioner
totally
Welch.
agree with that.
I think that's where another playground, if we so choose, needs to be constructed. But as long as Scott is amicable to the amendment, we will vote on the as amended.
I just want to make a point of clarification, if I can, based on what Commissioner Welch just said. For the conversation we think that we just had was that this is this isn't supplemental, this isn't in addition to, it's also, I don't think, Commissioner Welch, a major change to our site plan, right? I mean, I just want to, for all of us sitting here talking, I saw a lot of nodding when we were having the conversation, so maybe we're going to take out 2 benches and replace those 2 benches with something a few kids can play on, right? Like, the idea is that we're going to just move some things around, relatively minor, not making a major change to any site plan. I just want to make sure I'm clear, because I heard major change to site plan, so that's not our expectation. And maybe it costs a few dollars more. But what we're going to do here is maybe reposition this park. We'll get back together with Mark and say, all right, you know what? This area shouldn't have hammocks or shouldn't have benches. It should have this, right? And then we'll come and present that to you all. And I just made a comment to my team. I'd like to get this out of the way sooner than later, so we're probably going to start working on it relatively quickly. Does that make sense? Does everyone agree?
Yeah. Commissioner Rydell.
Mr. Backman agrees. I don't want to belabor the point in terms of what I was believing before this meeting. Thank you, Mr. Backman.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call for the vote, please. Mr. Kavanaugh? No?
Sorry, yeah, you need a new motion, because this is quasi-judicial
Okay.
for both 19 and then 20 as amended.
Move it.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, which one? So, okay, thank you.
Okay, now I'm calling for a motion on Agenda 20 as amended.
Wait, they have to vote
19,
on
we're
19.
still doing 19.
Vote on 19 first.
We're voting on 19. Okay, Mr. Kavanaugh, please call for the vote.
Commissioner Rydell.
Yes.
Commissioner Welch.
Yes.
Commissioner Brody.
Yes.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wasserman. Mayor Raley.
Yes.
Mayor Raley.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now I'm calling for a motion on item 20 as amended.
Move it.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Kavanaugh, please call for the vote on the amendment for 20.
Commissioner Rydell.
Yes.
Commissioner Welch.
Yes.
Commissioner Brody.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wasserman.
Yes.
Mayor Raley.
Yes. Now we'll call for a vote for 20 as amended? Or did we just did it? We did the amendment, we did the vote. Okay, thank you. Number 22. A motion to appoint a director, alternate, and second alternate to attend and vote at any 2025-2026 Broward League of Cities Board of Directors or general membership meetings. Is there a motion and a second to
Motion.
move item 22 for discussion?
Motion. Second.
Second.
Commissioner Brody and Commissioner Welch, second. Thank you. City Clerk, is there anyone signed up to speak on this item?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Are there any nominations for director?
Madam Mayor, I would like to once again put myself out there to do it again for this year.
Do I have any other nominations? Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Are there any nominations for alternate? I'll be the
The mayor, nominate.
Thank you.
A second.
Thank you. Are there any nominations for a second alternate?
Vice mayor, nominate.
Second.
So the nominees are, for director would be Commissioner Brody. Alternate would be Mayor Raley. And the second alternate would be Vice Mayor Wasserman.
Move the slate.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Rydell, Commissioner Welch seconded. Thank you. Mr. Kavanaugh, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Rydell.
Yes.
Commissioner Welch.
Yes.
Commissioner Brody.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wasserman.
Yes.
Mayor Raley.
Yes. Thank you. Resolution 2024-058, a resolution appointing Mary C. Blasey as a regular member of the Board of Directors for the Seminole Coconut Creek Education Foundation, Inc., pursuant to the Coconut Creek Fee to Trust Lands Mitigation Agreement and the bylaws of the Seminole Coconut Creek Education Foundation.
Move it.
Second.
Thank you. That's Commissioner Rydell, Commissioner Welch. Are there any questions or comments from City Commission? Okay, thank you. Mr. Kavanaugh, would you please call the roll? Oh, are there any members of the public that wish to speak or signed up?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kavanaugh, please call the roll.
Commissioner Rydell.
Yes.
Commissioner Welch.
Yes.
Commissioner Brody.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wasserman.
Yes.
Mayor Raley.
Yes. Thank you. All right, that concludes our agenda. City Manager's Report.
Thank you, Mayor and Commission. I'll be very brief, but let me say thank you. I certainly appreciate the opportunity had this week to attend the Greater Fort Lauderdale Alliance mission trip to Boston. I learned a tremendous amount. I was part of the small business team, and the focus was on how to incentivize and stabilize small businesses, access to capital, and all of the elements of creating a strong small business community. It was fantastic and just very worthwhile. Also very, very cold. And I hope to bring back some of the really exciting ideas, just incredible ideas.
Oh, good.
I will be sending out to you next week a summary of the proposed surtax Third Amendment term sheet. That has been limping along at the Broward County City Managers Association. I was, in fact, part of the committee working on that. But after months of frustration, I actually allowed, we got what I felt was important, which was a commitment that there be a pot of money available for resurfacing. But negotiating the final terms has been very, very slow. I do understand that that conversation is going to be before you at the League of Cities and that the county is also sort of frustrated with BCCMA. So I'd like the opportunity to prepare something for you so that you have at least an understanding of what's proposed. So I'll distribute that to you next week. I know you all received copies of the draft employee survey. Please let me know if you have any comments. I look forward to sending that out in the next couple weeks. I will just assure you we are using an independent consultant. In fact, the consultant that did the analysis of our last survey, and really the only significant changes are that it provides for a clearer benchmarking on some of the standards that they're used to benchmarking. It does also add an overview of how the staff thinks the city managers and senior staff is doing. And it does remove those sort of open-ended questions. So we think it's a really good tool. Just crossing my fingers and hope that goes great. April 22nd is the public input meeting for the budget. You are certainly welcome and urged to attend, but you do not need to be here. It will be a staff presentation where we're taking input from the public. And again, Tuesday is the Broward County School Board meeting, where we'll be urging the school board to go forward. Based on today's volume of calls, I'm sure there will be more calls over the weekend, and I'll give you an update before Tuesday morning on anything that I think we need to cover. You're probably aware that we're having the 4-part sustainability lecture series. We have not seen as much interest in that series as some of the other cultural series, so please share that with anybody you know along social media so that we can get a good turnout. So, otherwise, it was a great week. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rose, could you just, for the record, do you have the dates for the lecture series, please? Sorry.
Well, the first one is, the first sustainability lecture series is April 21st from 6 to 7, and I will send out the remaining dates to you. They're ones
Great,
that-
thank you. Okay. So just to encourage our residents to sign up and come and see exactly what the city does. Thank you. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to let you know that as it relates to the Chapter 164 intergovernmental dispute resolution process that we had filed against Broward County, we're trying to set the next conflict assessment meeting, which again will still just be inclusive of staff, not quite the boards yet. We're waiting to hear back from Broward County. We provided them with some dates, but we will update you once that gets set. Additionally, I wanted to just make sure that you were aware and that the public is aware that Deerfield Beach did vote last week. Their city commission voted to join in the Chapter 120 and 163 challenges. And actually, I believe they'll be filing a motion to intervene hopefully before the end of this week. If not, then early next week. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, Commissioner Rydell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and a big shout out to you on a very difficult, long agenda to running a seamless meeting. I didn't doubt it, but I want to give you kudos because you were great. So
Appreciate
I'd be
that.
remiss if I didn't say it.
Thank you.
I don't think a lot of you know this. My daughter was accepted to the PAGE program in the Florida House of Representatives.
Wow.
Last week, I spent the entire week in Tallahassee chaperoning her. She actually worked as a page in the House of Representatives. That being said, I want to thank Bernadette, where is she? She's back there, and Madam Rose for setting up a number of meetings with me. I intended on sitting in a hotel room, binge watching Netflix. Regrettably, that didn't happen. Commissioner Brody and Vice Mayor Wasserman really sang Candace's praises. She delivered. These two up in Broward days really set the stage. I was able to follow up on these meetings that I think were very significant. I just want to run through 5 of them real quick because it's really important. Justin, important for you. I believe that next week they're going to be voting on turf recommendations and requirements, like artificial turf, that we're going to be subjected to, I believe, on next Thursday. So you may want to be interested in following up on that. DEP is going to be regulating that in terms of turf, the type of turf, where turf's coming from. So just to be on top of that. in regarding the 911. I know Commissioner Brody spoke about it. I actually met with the representative running the bill, and I know Commissioner Brody and Commissioner Vice Mayor Wasserman did. There's a working group he's going to be running this summer. I actually met with him and talked to him. The good news is he's actually amenable to a benchmark-based program, meaning that if certain other operators meet a bottom base benchmark, they're not going to be subjected to monitoring into the county. So his goal was Sumter County and some of these other counties that have terrible standards. But when I was able to talk to him, not about what we did, but about metric-based issues, he was amenable to that. And there's a working group that our lobbyist will be a part of. There was also an interesting bill that passed in regarding, we'll call it the revenge porn bill, but it has to do with children, younger kids sending pictures of themselves in a certain capacity, but criminalizing that and educating that and allocating state funds to educate that, where sometimes our youth, I got a middle school kid, she doesn't do that, but understanding that kids send things and understanding the recourse of that. Commissioner Brody referenced Candace Erick's after he came back from Tallahassee. She's a powerhouse. We have the right lobbyist at the right time that understands the aisle, that understands everything, and the introduction she made for me, and I will suggest this to my colleagues, you may want to not go up during Broward days, because a week or two after is a little more effective sometimes. And regarding appropriations, I met with both the appropriations chair. I sat in the appropriations meeting and sat through it. They halved our appropriations, meaning we had 2 appropriations for a little over 800,000. They cut them into 4, but they made the budget. And I have commitments that they're going to support it. Aside from that, I was able to advocate on the Forever Florida grant, and I know, Bernadette, we actually had movement on that regarding getting refunded on the $1.8 million. So all in all, I didn't anticipate advocating for the city. It was very beneficial. And my daughter happened to be a page, was in the Supreme Court and did an amazing thing. A couple quick other things that I'll just reference, and I try not to do this. I want to thank my colleagues that came to Relay for Life. My wife, for the first time ever, spoke publicly about her cancer journey, and I'm extraordinarily proud for her. I will say this, the Northwest Broward Committee is actually wanting to do it in Coconut Creek, so we're trying to find accommodations to that. Maybe I'll tap our city clerk to help out with that a little bit. Look at his face. I say it because, you know, Coconut Creek hasn't hosted Relay for Life in almost 8 years, so I would love to see us move it here. The other thing I want to tell you is elections. I do believe elections are going to be in November, and that's going to come across. The Senate bill had authority. I didn't realize this. There's 4 Miami-Dade municipalities that spend almost $1 million on municipal elections. I met with the senator that's sponsoring the bill. He backed off it this year. It's something he's going to go full bore with next year, and it was a productive meeting. Last, real quick, two final items. The solid waste update. I had a solid waste working group today. 2 weeks ago was the industry update and regarding all the big players. Today was more your big vendors. Sawgrass Mills Mall, the Florida Panthers, City Furniture, some of the biggest vendors participated, and it's really crazy. So the Florida Panthers did no recycling up until 2022. And now they're beyond committed. So I will say this, aside from my displeasure on certain things, the Solid Waste Authority is, we're trending in the right direction aside from all the issues. I'm going to ask for consensus on one item. I'm going to ask our city manager or our mayor, ideally, actually, change that. I'm going to ask for our mayor to pen a letter to Commissioner Bogan, Vice Mayor Bogan, to petition the county commission to purchase the 26 acres of the land use plan changed land on Monarch Hill landfill. And Mayor Furr has indicated today, again, the county has no intention of purchasing that land, even though the Solid Waste Authority wants the land. So I think it's well timed right now that our mayor can write a letter, and I'm asking for consensus to do this, that Madam Rose, you pen a letter on behalf of Mayor Raley asking Vice Mayor Bogan to put an agenda item on for Broward County to purchase the 26 acres of redesignated land. I think that we need to do that. We're on a time clock. We're 16 months of 18 months into that. That's going to be all I have. I want to commend Jackie on her first meeting. And I will say, I spoke to 3 board members on the school board and regarding the item coming up next week. They were all supportive. There are 3 board members that actually are fiscally opposed to it, so I don't have relations with them. I would ask Commissioner Welsh, Commissioner Brody, Vice Mayor Wasserman, and Mayor Raley, whoever your connections are and all these people, please reach out to them before the meeting. It's important on an issue. So I apologize for being belaborous in my comments. That's all I have. Thank you. Oh, is there consensus on Mayor Raley penning a letter to Commissioner Bogan asking to purchase?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Okay, I didn't go to the solid waste meeting today, but I heard about it. I went out to Filthy Organics' new site in Parkland, and in the rain. It was a good time to go there. But anyway, he was singing the praises of North Broward Prep. I don't remember her name, I'm sorry, that heads up their enormous recycling and rejuvenation.
It was a little crazy because they did North Broward Prep did a presentation just to share on all they're doing on campus. Every single piece of food, everything.
Yeah.
Circular economy. Then the school board presented.
Same thing.
Not so much. So you had one side of the spectrum and the other side of the spectrum.
Well, it's interesting because North Broward Prep collects 1.5 to 2 tons every week from their composting. So they literally are doing what is, it was incredible. And I went to the MPO today, and I thought it was going to be a short agenda, but there were 2 things that came up that were of interest. And one was they've renamed C-SLIP. It's now REV, which is an interesting concept. But in the conversations, they were talking about the US DOT standards that are coming down now, and there will be no grants through US DOT pertaining to sidewalks or bike lanes. So we were trying to brainstorm as to what you could call a sidewalk without calling it a sidewalk and incorporating it into safety of all modes of transportation. So that was interesting. And then the last item was the Turnpike presenting about the new interchange at Sheridan Street. And the MPO blew up. Yes, because it was an interchange dedicated to a business, a private entity. I mean, I think there were 6 different configurations of new interchange roads and on-ramps, and yes, it became quite interesting. And the Seminole Casino had several representatives there that spoke, of course, in favor of it. But the representative on the NPO from Davie, as well as Hollandale Beach and Hollywood, they said that the next meeting that's scheduled was for May. Now it's going to be June, and it was scheduled to be in the old school at Davie, but they've suggested they better get a bigger place because there are going to be that many people there opposing it, because it's helping one entity, but kind of the same experience that's going through with us. But yeah, so that was interesting. This is the last thing that I want to talk about, and that was the chamber. And I think Vice Mayor Wasserman, you might appreciate this. The Education Foundation had their meeting this week, and one of the Coral Springs Schools DECA project is bringing the cattle car back, and that's one of their projects. So I knew you were going to ask me that. I don't think it was the charter, but it could have been. They had there were a couple of people on that I didn't. It was all by Zoom that I had not seen before, so I'm not quite sure. But it was extremely exciting that it will be coming back as a project. And job well done, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Brody.
I only got one thing, and it's kind of the best thing that's probably ever happened in my life since my kids were born. On April 2nd at 2:40 in the morning, Casey Douglas Kirk was born, my first grandson. So yeah, I get to go out there, spend some time holding the new lump of clay and mold him into a nice little baseball player. I'm all right. I already got a little tiny glove for him. So I'm kind of excited about that. And you know what? I don't think anything I can say could actually top that. So thank you, and have a great night.
All right. You ready for me?
Vice Mayor Wasserman.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Commissioner Brody.
No, I saw, it's interesting you brought that up, Commissioner Welch, about the cattle car, because now Carl Springs is doing a Holocaust night. And they say we inspired them. So Bernadette and Janet, wherever you are, in bed somewhere, it's great that we started something and we're inspiring other cities to try to keep the stories alive. It's really outstanding. I know we were talking about Sheila, we talked about the sodding, or the new sod on Gerber Park.
Yes.
Can you give a little update on that, and also the potential swings that are coming there?
So Gerber Park is being resodded. The expectation is that, I don't have the exact dates, that it will be closed for 6 to 8 weeks. The swing set and the play facility at Gerber Park is also being restored. It will include a swing set and a toddler swing, a baby swing, that's expected to be completed over the summer. 2 separate projects, but they're both going forward.
All right, excellent. Thank you. We did receive a bunch of emails today about pickleball. Kind of sparked when I spoke to Joel Van Hemel today on the phone. So can you kind of give a little, just kind of say what you told me?
Sure. And it's,
please.
I received those messages today about the potential of converting tennis courts at Windmill Park to pickleball. And we currently have a resurfacing project budgeted for Windmill Park, and we were going forward with that. If it's your pleasure, we can pause that and have some public outreach about the potential to convert some or any of those courts to pickleball. We do feel that it's appropriate to do 2 things. One is make sure we reach out to the community and get their consensus because of the noise issues. And 2, because we do expect it would require a budget amendment. So there would need to be some additional funds. The resurfacing, it's not a huge difference, but there would need to be some modifications to the courts to accommodate it.
I would just hate for us to resurface as is and then have to revisit it at another time. So I don't know if there's a pulse up here to stop that project, to maybe revisit I don't know. Because if you're going to
that would be a consensus of your
I understand.
colleagues.
So if we're going to resurface spend money right now to resurface, and then in 3 or 4 or 5 years down the road, we want to then add pickleball courts. I mean, we already know there's a flavor for pickleball to be there. Why wouldn't we just freeze the current resurfacing of tennis courts to then come back to the table to say maybe what do you and then speak to the community and see what their input would be?
I think where the expense comes in is not the resurfacing, it's the fencing. Because I have a lot of experience, as you know, with pickleball. But 1 tennis court equals 4 pickleball courts. And those courts have to be divided. So it's the fencing, and if the tennis courts now need resurfacing, and if we're not going to move this project, or if we're even going to consider this project in 4 or 5 years, as was mentioned, they're going to need resurfacing at that point again anyway. I guess depending on the use, but again,
So
if
it's
just going
fencing, shade structures, there is additional work.
But expense.
So
I would like to see what our permits look like as far as people playing tennis versus pickleball, the course that we have currently. Well, it is the issue because we're going to spend money when there needs to be usage. If we're saying there's a lot of people playing tennis, that may not be the right thing, considering we keep taking tennis courts to do this. I mean, so I would like to see a permits of how many tennis permits there were and how many racquetball out of the same thing.
Like
No
We
pickleball, I
said
say.
there
So maybe
there
the-
is,
Yeah, right.
I'm sorry,
Right.
Sheila, there is a noise issue for our residents, so we have to be very careful.
Windmill Park, that's,
but at
there's
Windmill
nothing
Park,
around there.
those-
You'll be
yeah,
fine. But
those
I really
courts
just
are on
want to
the
see the
road.
permits to make sure the usage makes sense.
Well, Josh has something.
Go ahead, Josh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think legislating an item like this on the dais on an evening at the end of the day is inappropriate.
Yeah.
We have a Parks and Rec master plan. We've spent hours, time, money, staff time depicting what people want. I've sat in this dais where I've had 30 people here wanting more basketball courts. We've 15 emails today about pickleball. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody in the city. There's competing interests. I think, with all due respect, I don't think saying, oh, we need to look at this as pickleball tonight is appropriate.
Right.
We've spent a ton of money looking at these things, so I don't support any decision this evening. I think that we have systems in place to look at this. If it's something that we do down the road, okay. I don't support doing something this evening because I understand the need, because I've sat here with soccer, with basketball. I mean, hell, 8 years ago, we sat here with like floor hockey. And there's been things, don't get me wrong, I think pickleball takes the cake lately,
Yeah.
but there's massive competing interests in our public space. So I don't support that this evening. I'm happy to have staff look into it or have this part of the master plan that we spent almost $200,000 coming up with 2 years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is it also maybe a, I've been seeing a lot of advertisements for these spring egg hunts, and I'm careful with my phrasing. But it would be nice to maybe, Margate's doing something, Delray Beach is doing something for their kids. It might be nice if we had, we do so many great things, if maybe we had a spring egg hunt. I know we're still in budget season, so, or budget prep season, so I should have brought it up, at the strategic, but maybe adding an event, something like that would be nice, like a spring egg hunt festival or something fun.
So
Maybe not festival, that's like a very strong word, but.
I actually don't have in my head the events that we're doing for the spring, so let me provide you an overview of what we're doing.
Okay. Because, we're doing a dog expo the day before, people would do egg hunts, so, so I don't know. I feel like the dog expo is it the wrong time in the calendar. Has taxpayer money ever gone to homeowner assistance in the city, Sheila?
So homeowner assistance for the purposes of down payment assistance has been through our community development block grant, which is federal money, or through the state housing initiative partnership, which is state money.
So no taxpayer?
Just, or linkage money.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to go back to Relay for Life. I want to say it was a beautiful event. I am very proud of our residents, especially our Winmore community, because they raised over $100,000, and we were able to present a check after expenses. Of course, there were some expenses involved. $94,000 from Winmore out of the $132,000 that 3 cities were involved in. So kudos to them for coming together. And God bless our survivors, our caregivers, and those that aren't with us will always be in our hearts. Lucy, I can't imagine spending my birthday at a commission meeting till 11:15 when I didn't have to. So God bless you and happy birthday and many healthy more. I'm sorry.
They're going to the Waffle House.
They're going to the Waffle House. And enjoy that baby boy, Commissioner Brody. God bless, and hope everyone is doing well. I had the pleasure last week I went to Coral Springs High School. There's a young man that actually wanted to intern here, and he was a freshman there. Now he's a sophomore, and he said I can use his name, Donnie. And he's president of the student government, or very involved, and he put on an event. And just You know, we always hear about our teenagers, but so impressive. Just amazing. He's going to be president one day. But also, at the same time, I think this was Thursday night, last Thursday night, we had an event at the Rowe Center where a young woman, Sarah, brought the vehicle where they test you for driving under the influence of either alcohol or drugs. And I went behind the wheel, and they said it virtually. It's virtual. And I got behind the wheel. I think I must have crashed at least a dozen times. But it was just an amazing feeling that you have no control behind that wheel. What you think you're seeing, and you think you have control. So what I'm proposing is, and what I would love to have done, is because I know, and Chief, I know we do right before the prom, we do a demo with our first responders for our prom goers, what a crash, what you would encounter. I think having this vehicle would be amazing to have our high schoolers actually experience this. So I have all the info. I'll bring it in, and maybe we can get in touch with this person that supplies the vehicle and the virtual goggles. I'll share it with you, absolutely. Also, do all of us remember Saul Dreyer, the drummer, obviously?
Awesome.
Well, it will be 100. His actual birthday is April 29th.
I thought this was going the other way.
No. And there will be a party, and the commission is invited. The party is April 27th. I will give you the details. Okay? So, very excited about that. And thank you for the cooperation this evening. Thank you for the extended meeting. This is all I have. I want to wish everybody a happy and blessed holidays. And God bless. Meeting's adjourned.
Move to
Do I have
adjourn.
a movement? Thank you.